Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Albert Bos, and on behalf of the entire Tillotson T4 Euro Series, the entire organization, I say a big welcome to all of you. It's an important day here at Karting Emmen in the Netherlands. It is day number 3, and that means it's the day of the finals. After today we will know obviously who won the championship today and who takes home the biggest trophy, but we will also know who takes those golden tickets home, those golden tickets to Valencia. So I already mentioned it's day number 3. Let's talk you through the first 2 days actually here at Karting Emmen. The first day, last Friday, it was a day that was very important because of all the practice sessions that we had. It was all about training, it was about getting to know the track. Obviously we have lots of Dutch drivers here in the Netherlands, but still lots of drivers from other places of Europe like Italy, Spain, Great Britain, Ireland, so lots of different drivers here, and they are all showing good pace at the moment. So yeah, it was a day full of practices. By the way, it was a very hot day as well last Friday. It was about 34 or 35 degrees out there. Actually, in the whole of the Netherlands, it was well, not colder than, not less warm than 34 degrees. So it was a really tough day for all the drivers, all the marshals out on track, and obviously all the engineers that are helping the drivers. And I'm quite sure that lots of the data that was used, or well, that was gathered, for instance, about tire pressure, I think, well, nothing of that was for good use for last Saturday. Yesterday, I should say. Because yesterday it was a lot colder actually, so that was about Friday. It was a day full of training, and yesterday it was a lot colder. Yesterday we started with a warm-up session, then we had the qualifying sessions, and then we had 3 different races. And those races, those were the first moments during this championship that the drivers could gather some points. And yeah, for everyone, just before we went live live in the live stream from the first race. But before that, during warm-up and qualifying, we had some big rain showers actually on the track. And yeah, it was quite dampy on the track, some wet patches, it was cloudy, there wasn't too much wind, and I would say it was actually a very, very nice day, because I don't know about you, but I think in the whole of Europe it's quite hot and dry. So yesterday to have some rain and to have some clouds, it was actually quite nice. And I think it was quite nice for the marshals on track as well. It was quite the unexpected day when we talk about the weather. So yesterday we had 3 different races for all the classes that we have. We have 5 different classes as we speak. The last driver from the Bambino series is crossing the finish line, and we'll do his lap into the pit lane, and then we will start with this first superheat of the day. It will be the Tillotson T4 mini class. And yesterday we were treated with some good races between, well, especially Jack Harney and Jason Beganovic. Yesterday I made the mistake by saying that we didn't have, well, any other driver winning a race besides Dutch drivers, but that was actually a mistake, because we had Jack Harney obviously, who challenged Jason Beganovic yesterday and won 2 races. And Jason Beganovic in the Netherlands, he is a very dominant driver, I would say. And well, Jack Harney yesterday was probably the only one who was able to challenge him. Jack Harney started second after qualifying. Beganovic took pole, and then we had Max van den Heuvel on a 3rd position. And right behind Max we had Mika Hogebrug. And Mika Hogebrug in the end finished on 3rd position 3 times in a row. And by the way, the drivers of the Tillotson T4 mini series are getting out on track already for their superheat. So the results of yesterday, the points that they gathered, they determined the starting grid for today's superheat. And Beganovic had 1 victory and 2 second places. Jack Harney had 1 second place and then 2 victories. Mika Hogebrug had 3 times a 3rd place. Therefore, pole position in today's superheat is for Jack Harney. 2nd place for Jason Beganovic and 3rd position for Mika Hogebrug. By the way, Mika Hogebrug, throughout the day he found the pace and he was getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And in the end, he was able to immediately overtake Max van den Heuvel at the start and then challenge Jason Beganovic and Jack Harney for the win. In the end, Beganovic and Harney were a bit faster, but yeah, Mika Hogebrug was up there, and it was only for the last 2 laps that he was not really keeping up anymore with the pace from Beganovic and Harney. But still a really good result, and let's see if he can create some chaos. But so far it has been between Jack Harney and Jason Beganovic. So this will be an important day. After the superheats we will have the driver parade, and after the driver parade we will already have the finals of today. So the superheat's important to gather some more points. This is, by the way, the 2nd warm-up lap. after this one, the superheats will start. The first race of the superheat will start. It's an 11-minute race plus 1 lap. And we already have one of the drivers who has stopped on track. I think that is Max van den Heuvel. And well, that's a shame actually, because Max van den Heuvel, he was starting on 3rd place 3 times in a row, and now he is well, he is able to continue. So Max van den Heuvel is, yeah, it's card number 196. That is Max van den Heuvel. He is able to get back on track. And the organization decides to do another warm-up lap. Alright, so that's good. So Max van den Heuvel could rejoin this group. Hopefully he can rejoin this group in time. And hopefully he can rejoin the group before the formation line out on track. I'm not sure where it is, but after that line you are not able to claim your position. So Max van den Heuvel is in corner number 2. Oh, he's getting out of the track, out of the kart I mean. So Max van den Heuvel drove another lap and he feels that something is not good. And he's not happy about it. That means we are racing without Max van den Heuvel. The drivers are getting ready. Pole position for Jason Beganovic. 2nd place for Jack, pole position for Jack Harney. 2nd place for Jason Beganovic. Behind them it's Mika Hogebrug and Frank Grazia. Now let's see who wins this race today. Who wins this important superheat, the first one of the day. Through the final corner they go. A little bit of banking there. You can't really see it on the live stream, but there is some banking in the final corner. Now let's see then. Take a look at the Dutch flag. As soon as it goes down, the race will start. So, pole position for Jack Harney. Can he hold on to it? 2nd place for Jason Beganovic. Who is going to win this race? Immediately a good start from Mika Hogebrug, who takes 2nd place. But Beganovic dives up on the inside to retake his 2nd place. But it doesn't work. And now they need to watch out even for Frank Grazia, who is up there in 4th position. But in the end it is Jack Harney who just pulls away and already has quite the gap to Mika Hogebrug. So Beganovic won the fight against Frank Grazia, but is still driving in 3rd position. A bit wide there from Mika Hogebrug. A little mistake there in that left-hand hairpin, and now he is under pressure from Jason Beganovic, who now is able to take back 2nd place. On the straight they go, and now it's quite a gap that Beganovic needs to close. But look at Mika Hogebrug. He is fighting as hard as he can to claim that 2nd place. Beganovic will not be happy about that, but Hogebrug is doing everything he can to at least gain a position today. And in the meantime, Jack Harney is pulling away. So, really good start from Jack Harney. I do have some problems with my own live timing, but let's just see. Jack Harney is in 1st place. 2nd position is for Jason Beganovic. Then it's Mika Hogebrug. Behind them it's Frank Grazia, Leo Serrano, Romeo Mies, Jace van Essen and Eleanor van Eyck. And those last 5 drivers are fighting together for place number 4, I think. Yeah, for position number 4. That should be... Did we lose? I think we have lost Mika Hogebrug somewhere. I've missed it actually. But Mika Hogebrug has made a mistake and is now fighting for 5th position. Yeah, so 1st place is for Jack Harney. He just crossed the finish line. 2nd place for Beganovic. Beganovic is already chasing down Jack Harney, who so far still has the fastest lap. Then 3rd position I think is for Frank Grazia at the moment. Yeah, that's for Frank Grazia. And then 4th position is for Mika Hogebrug. So I think with the fight with Beganovic, Hogebrug might have lost some places. Then behind Hogebrug in 5th position it's Leo Serrano. Well, that's the first few minutes done, and I think Hogebrug, you could consider him to be the big loser after he was, made a mistake or was pushed. Now let's see then, it's a 1.3 second gap between Beganovic and Hardy. Beganovic is really pushing hard. He's trying some tighter lines compared to Jack Harney. At least he does so in the first corners. And in the meantime we see the fight on screen between Romeo Mies and Jace van Esse, I think. That's a fight for 6th position. And it's actually the only fight that's going on track right now. So we have a fight for 6th position. Through that double left-hand corner they go. Then we have another left-hand corner. Then into those chicanes. It's the technical part here at Karting Emmen. And those chicanes are followed by a left-hand hairpin. And it's defensive driving there from Romeo Mies. Look at that. The numbers 1 and 2, Jack Harney and Jason Beganovic, they cross the line. The gap is declining. Then it's Frank Grazia. Then it's Mika Hogebrug there in your screen. Next one, Leo Serrano. And then we are back at the fight between Romeo Mies and Jace van Esse. Jace van Esse is still chasing down Romeo Mies. Try some different lines in those first 2 corners here at Karting Emmen. Into that double left-hand corner they go. And in the end it is still Romeo Mies in 6th position. Now let's take a look back at the gaps between the numbers 1 and 2 as they are about to cross the finish line once again. It was about 0.8 of a second between Jack Harney and Jason Beganovic. And that gap is declining. And I don't think it will take long before Beganovic will find himself in the slipstream of Jack Harney. In fact, he already is actually. He's not that far away. And there he is. Jason Beganovic is already on the tail of Jack Harney. Into that last corner they go. And we have 5 minutes, well almost 6 minutes of racing left. As they go onto the straight. Now there's no one behind them. And there goes the attack from Beganovic as he dives up the inside of Jack Harney. Then closes the door. But Harney is going to fight back. He's not going to give away that first place easily. This could possibly be 5 minutes of intense racing between the two of them. Yesterday they were in a continuous fight all day long. So I'm sure Beganovic, he hasn't won this race yet. In fact, he needs to watch out because Jack Harney beat him twice actually. Oh, small mistake from Jack Harney in that final corner. And that will cost him some traction. At least he has the slipstream. But I can see, when I look at sight, I see a 10-meter gap or something like that. It's 0.4 of a second, so Jack Harney needs to watch out. He needs to find the pace, don't make any mistakes, and try to fight back for that first position. Jack Harney is now back on the tail of Beganovic. He has closed that gap despite making a mistake in the last lap. He is right up there once more. There is no one behind them, so they have enough space to fight between the two of them. Because Frank Grazia is, well, Frank Grazia has just passed the start-finish line, so quite the gap between the two of them. By the way, Mika Hogebrug is closing up on Frank Grazia. That's a fight for 3rd position. Would be nice if Hogebrug is able to get that 3rd place back at least. But yeah, Hogebrug would have wanted more. But he is now fighting for 3rd position. Jack Harney then, can he do anything? It's 3.5 minutes to go. Will he wait? Will he fight? There is a small gap between the two of them as they go on the straight. So Beganovic is really pushing hard now between between the two of them, he's really pushing hard. But Jack Harney is quite fast actually in those first two corners. Into that double left-hand corner they go. And then the gap that once existed is completely gone already. Into the chicanes they go as we watch Mika Hogebrug, who takes back third position. Great job from him. Difficult race for Hogebrug, but he is back up there in a third position. And in the meantime we see Beganovic and Harney just past one of the back markers. Into the final corner they go, onto the straight now. Now let's see, 2.5 minutes to go then in this first superheat of the day. And Jack Harney is right up there. Will he try to attack Beganovic? Not in the first corner. Tries a bit of a different line in corner number 2, but in the end has to, well, follow behind Beganovic into that double left-hand corner. And then into the chicanes they go. Behind them, Gracia is still fighting Hogebrug, so it's not yet job done for Hogebrug, as Gracia retakes third position after a great move. Actually also a move in the second corner of the track. The same place where Hogebrug earlier overtook Gracia. Now at the back of the track I can see that Hogebrug is not making a move on Gracia. No, he tries to, but Gracia comes back at him and retakes third position. Now Hogebrug has better traction. And they go side by side on to start finish, and it's Hogebrug who now takes third position. Into that second corner they go. Better exit from Gracia, but Hogebrug takes back third position after a great fight. Now let's see if he can hold on to that. Also, let's go back to the lead because it's only 1 minute 20 to go. It is still Beganovic in first place and it's still Jack Harney in second place, and they are right behind each other. Jack Harney will have the full benefit of the slipstream on the track. Let's see if he can do anything. It's only 1 minute to go. And I can see that the marshals are already getting ready with the sign that says it's only 1 lap to go for Beganovic. So 2 laps in total. But as soon as they cross the finish line, it's only 1 lap to go. Beganovic, can he hold on to first place? It would be an important victory after he lost twice to Jack Harney yesterday. And he really needs to make up some points. I think if Beganovic wins here, I think they will be equal on points. So that will be an interesting final actually. Not yet the last lap, so we have 2 laps to go now. 16 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go for Beganovic. Jack Harney is right up there. Behind them, by the way, it's still Mika Hogebrug who is holding on to third position. He has quite the gap on Frank Gracia, so that's a fight that is done. In the meantime, we can focus on Beganovic and Gracia. Now, Beganovic will close that door. No, he doesn't, but no attacks from Harney. And then I think it might be too late, because I think Beganovic will now close every single door in every single hairpin and every opportunity that Jack Harney might have. I think Beganovic will close that door. Now there you can see the marshal giving the sign. It's only 1 lap to go now for Beganovic as they go into that first corner, then that second corner. A little bit of a different line for Jack Harney, or at least he tries, but he has to, well, he cannot attack. There is no space to attack Beganovic. Into the chicanes they go. Now then the next opportunity would be in that left-hand hairpin. But Beganovic completely closes the door. No room there for Jack Harney. He looks behind him. He sees that Jack Harney is still there, so he needs to defend fully. There's the attack from Jack Harney in the final corner. Now can Jack Harney hold on to first place or not as they touch each other on the straight? But it is Jason Beganovic who wins this race. He wins the first super heat of the day after a good fight between him and Jack Harney. Once again a fight between the two drivers. Now not sure what happened there, but they touched and somehow Beganovic came out on top of that. From our perspective, from the perspective of the live stream, I would say, well, nothing too bad happened, but yeah, we'll see. Good fight once again between the two of them. Beganovic wins, Jack Harney finishes second, Mika Hogebrug in third position, then it's Frank Grazia in fourth place, Chase van Essen fifth, Leo Serrano in sixth position, then it's Romeo Mies, Eleanor van Eyck in eighth place, and then we have Max van den Heuvel, who unfortunately did not start. But ladies and gentlemen, your first winner of the day, Jason Beganovic. I will be right back for our second superheat of the day. It will be the Tillotson T4 Juniors. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting ready for our second superheat of the day. It will be the superheat of the Tillotson T4 Juniors. And yeah, pole position during the superheat after a great day yesterday is for Tim Bounaga, a young talent from the Netherlands, after he beat Quinn Jansen. Quinn Jansen, by the way, who took a dominant pole position in yesterday's qualifying. He was almost half a second faster during that qualifying session. Now, yeah, I just told you guys earlier this morning that, yeah, we had some rain during qualifying, and obviously the rain is going to affect the lap times that the drivers do, but still, half a second is quite a gap. That means that Quinn Jansen, he probably would have wanted some rain today, but let's see, he is starting second on the grid, right next to Tim Bounaga. And yeah, Quinn Jansen had a good day. I think one of his races was, well, a bit of, well, not the best result, not the result he would have wanted. And continuously throughout the day, Tim Bounaga was up there, and in the end, he took pole position. The second row of the grid, on third position was, yeah, let's see then, Tim Bounaga on first place. Then it's Alexander Ibrahim. And I think on your graphics you see Tim Bounaga in first place, Alexander Ibrahim in second place, but I think it should be Quinn Jansen in second place. If I look outside through the window, I see Quinn Jansen in second place. So on the first row of the grid we have Tim Bounaga and Quinn Jansen, first and second place. Then we have Sjoerd Jansen and Kian de Jong. They start in position 3 and position 4. Then the third row of the grid is Ben O'Keefe and Harry Ward. Fourth row on the grid is Vit Vanka, and then it's Alexander Ibrahim. Alexander Ibrahim, who had a difficult day yesterday, a good qualifying, good first race, but then a technical failure in the second race, and just not the best race in his third and final race of the Saturday. Anyway, he starts on P8, fourth row on the grid. Fifth row of the grid is for Bernard van Oudheusden and Fernando Weiler. Sixth row on the grid is for Tigo van Taling and Pablo Segura. Then the final row on the grid is for Samuel Sabera and Ties Hermes, who starts in P14. But pole position is for the young Tim Bunaga with the orange helmet. Right next to him is Quinn Jansen. And yeah, these two drivers will definitely give it all to try to get the ticket to Valencia, because ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're racing for today, a ticket to the World Championships in Spain. Let's see then, can Tim Bunaga hold on, or will it be Quinn Jansen? I expect a difficult race for Tim Bunaga. And he might want to drive defensively, but we'll see. Most of the time it's not always the best strategy, but we'll see. He will want to win, and let's see if he can. As soon as that Dutch flag goes down, the race will start. Now Tim Bunaga with a great start actually. The whole left row on the grid has a great start, and Tim Bunaga completely closes the door in the first corner. There is no room for Sjoerd Jansen, who in the meantime took second place. No room for him to overtake Tim Bunaga, and Bunaga now has a small gap after Quinn Jansen and Sjoerd Jansen had a little touch there in that double left-hand corner. So Bunaga is leading, and Bunaga opens up the door in that hairpin, and it looked to me as if Sjoerd Jansen was to dive up on the inside, but in the end he didn't. And yesterday I told you guys that Bunaga he might be young, but he is a talented driver. He is a calculated driver. And he will know when to defend, he will know when to attack. So let's see then. Sjoerd Jansen already tried to work together with Tim Bunaga. Was not trying to get into a fight, at least not on the straight, not this time. And yeah, trying to work together, trying to pull away from Quinn Jansen. But so far, Sjoerd Jansen doesn't seem to be quick enough out of the double left-hand corner. Compared to Tim Bunaga, that is. And that gives Bunaga a little bit of space to take the normal racing line in that left-hand hairpin, and then get a better traction as well compared to Sjoerd Jansen. And that gives him a small gap, and that small gap, he still has it as he goes up on the straight. But good attack from Quinn Jansen, who has now taken second place back from Sjoerd Jansen after a successful attack in the first corner. Behind them there's lots of fighting going on with Alexander Ibrahim on your screen. That's a fight for fifth place. But now let's see if Quinn Jansen can attack Tim Bunaga. Tim Bunaga knows now that it's a different driver behind him, as he takes a look behind him and decides, alright, he is going for a defensive drive then, Tim Bunaga. Now this might be a difficult race then. It's 9 minutes to go, and Bunaga decides to defend. Quinn Jansen is up on the inside. Sjoerd Jansen is also there, so Tim Bunaga drops down from first to a third position. Behind them in fourth place it's Ben O'Keefe. Then it's a small gap to Fit Vanka, and then it's Tigo van Taling in sixth place. Behind them all the other drivers are behind Kian de Jong in 7th place. So we're talking about Kian de Jong 7th, Alexander Ibrahim, Harry Ward, Bernard van Oudheusden, Samuel Sabera, Ties Hermes, Fernando Weiler and Pablo Segura. All of the drivers I just mentioned are driving in their own group, fighting for 7th place. But let's see then, can Bunaga fight back? He is in third position, but Quinn Jansen looks very fast as Bunaga dives up on the inside of Sjoerd Jansen. Can he hold on to that? He can, and successfully takes back second place. And Sjoerd Jansen immediately gives the signal, come on, let's just fight. Let's just work together and close that gap to Quinn Jansen. But again, Sjoerd Jansen is losing some ground in that double left-hand corner here in the first sector at Karting Emmen. And again, that gives Bunaga some space to just chase down Quinn Jansen and not look back, not look behind him too much. He's right up there now. Bunaga, that is. But Quinn Jansen yesterday had quite a defensive drive occasionally. And it was almost every time it was quite a successful defensive drive as well. So what we just saw was Quinn Jansen taking a tight line through the first corner. The first corner here at Emmen, I think it's quite a difficult one because lots of different racing lines are possible and therefore lots of different braking points are possible here at this track. And Quinn Jansen just chose a tight line, early on the brakes, heavy on the brakes, and then completely closed that door. And I think he's going to do that again. Now let's see, Quinn Jansen already defending on the straight as they go side by side. Tim Bunaga and Quinn Jansen, that is. Behind them it's Sjoerd Jansen and Ben O'Keefe, who also go side by side. And again we see a tight line from Quinn Jansen, so there's no space for Tim Bunaga. Obviously that's not really the racing line that you want to have during a qualifying session. But it is when you're driving in first place during the superheats of the Tillotson T4 Euro Series here at Karting Emmen, because then you don't want to give up your first position. Now let's see then, Bunaga right behind Quinn Jansen. Quinn Jansen knows, closes the door in that final hairpin. And that's not a lap done for Quinn Jansen. Jansen takes the inside line on the straight. Again defensive from Jansen. Bunaga tries something differently with his racing lines, but again Quinn Jansen survived. Now behind them it's Ben O'Keefe, who is still successfully in front of Sjoerd Jansen. And he is getting closer to Bunaga and Jansen. There is Bunaga. There, that third driver, that's Ben O'Keefe. He is getting closer to Jansen and Bunaga. Behind them, Sjoerd Jansen, Fit Vanka, Harry Ward, Tigo van Taling, Alexander Ibrahim, Bernard van Oudheusden, Ties Hermes, Bernard Weiler, Kian de Jonge, Pablo Segura and Samuel Sebera. And if I watch the standings so far, then I think Kian de Jong, well, he lost out in all those fights. I think he was driving at P7 a couple of laps ago, and now he is driving at P12. And he is in a big fight for P11 at the moment. Kian de Jong, that is. It's just 4 minutes to go for Quinn Jansen, who is still leading this race. Behind him it's Tim Bunaga in second position. Third place for Ben O'Keefe, who is quite close actually. And Bunaga now has to watch behind him to see where Ben O'Keefe is, because he knows one of the drivers is out there. But he had some space when they went on to the straight. But look at O'Keefe, he is really getting closer. I think with a faster racing line as well in that double left-hand corner. So let's see if Ben O'Keefe can get closer. If he can do anything to, in the fight for first place, if he can do anything against Quinn Jansen and Bunaga, yellow flags there in that final corner. So no overtaking there, and that helps. Oh, that's Alexander Ibrahim. That's a shame. Once again, Alexander Ibrahim needs to get out of his kart, and that's race done. It's just not his weekend. A very talented driver. I've seen some great races from him in the whole series, the whole championship here at the Dutch Tillotson T4 series. But today it's just, it's not Alexander Ibrahim's weekend. Now let's see then, Jansen completely closes the door in that left-hand hairpin. No space there from Bunaga. Ben O'Keefe is right up there as well. Now where is Sjoerd Jansen? It's quite a gap to Sjoerd Jansen actually, who is defending from Harry Ward and Fit Vanka. That's a fight for fourth position at the moment. Bunaga seems to be fast on the straight, but Jansen is on the inside, and O'Keefe just doesn't have the pace to really be up there with Jansen and Bunaga and try to do something about the two drivers in front of him. The defensive line of Quinn Jansen and Bunaga is the reason that Ben O'Keefe gets close in the first sector of the of the lap, and then in the final sectors he loses a bit of ground compared to Bunaga and Jansen. By the way, Tycho van Taling is also getting closer in that fight for 4th position. Still a small gap between him and Fit Vanka in 6th position. So yeah, it's about to be a group of 4 drivers who is fighting for 4th position. And if anything crazy happens between Quinn Jansen and Tim Bunaga, well, there are 4 different drivers who will join that fight for 1st place quite quickly actually. But it's only 1.5 minutes to go for Quinn Jansen. And Tim Bunaga must be getting desperate by now. Where can he do it, or has he found the weakness of Quinn Jansen? Is he just waiting patiently? Behind them again a small gap between himself and Ben O'Keefe. Jansen again immediately dives up on the inside, trying not to give Bunaga too much space. And this defensive driving is the reason that they need to watch out not to make any mistakes, otherwise Ben O'Keefe will be right up there. By the way, Harry Ward will be up there as well. Harry Ward successfully overtook Stuart Jansen earlier and is now in 4th position, and he is joining this fight, and he seems to be quicker, I think, than Ben O'Keefe. So let's see if Harry Ward can get up there in the mix with only 30 seconds to go. I think it will be 3 laps in total now. Sorry, 2 laps I think. Defensive on the straight again from Jansen. Bunaga just joins, Ben O'Keefe just joins the same racing line. Then yeah, same goes for Harry Ward, and yeah, nothing changes. But yeah, Ben O'Keefe and Harry Ward are right up there now. It's a 4-way fight for the victory. Anything can happen. We have seen weirder things in karting, I think. So anything can happen in this final lap. Let's see, Jansen closes the door. Same goes for Bunaga. It almost looked like he was choosing the same line. A look back from Quinn Jansen. He knows that he still has to defend through the final corner. They go, immediately dives up on the inside at the straight. And again, defensive racing from Quinn Jansen. And all of them join the same racing line. It's only Harry Ward who can try a couple of different things. And can Harry Ward then successfully overtake Ben O'Keefe? I thought he might have better traction out of the second corner, but he doesn't. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last lap for Quinn Jansen. So if anything should happen, it's in the last 2 hairpins. Here, this is through the chicane, then here, the left-hand hairpin. Quinn Jansen completely closes the door on Tim Bunaga. There's no room. Ben O'Keefe is also still in 3rd position, so no attack from Harry Ward. Then the final corner. Quinn Jansen knows he has to attack. Bunaga tries something differently with the normal racing line. Now, who has the better traction? Quinn Jansen wants to defend, but Bunaga is right up there. It will be a photo finish. They touch each other, and then who is the first to cross the finish? My live timing says that it is Quinn Jansen who wins this race with 100ths of a second, with a 100 second advantage over Tim Bunaga, who finishes 2nd. It's Ben O'Keefe with 1/10 of a second gap to Quinn Jansen. He finishes 3rd. Harry Ward finishes 4th. What a race between Jansen and Bunaga. But Bunaga obviously not too happy with Quinn Jansen, who, well, I think Bunaga will say that Quinn Jansen steered his kart into him on the straight and that it slowed him down or anything like that. Well, it's up to the marshals and the race director to decide if that happened or not. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a good fight actually. So the 2nd superheat of the day for the Tillotson T4 Juniors has been won by Quinn Jansen. A 2nd place for Tim Bunaga. And I think also in this class, these 2 drivers are now, I think they have equal points now. So also in this class it will be a very, very exciting final later on this afternoon. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was our 2nd superheat of the day. We will be right back with you for our 3rd one with the Tillotson T4 Seniors. I'll be back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 minutes to go, a little less than 2 minutes to go, and then we will start with our third superheat of the day, the Tillotson T4 senior class. And after that we will get ready for the superheat of the senior 168 class, the master class of today. But first the seniors, and pole position after yesterday is for Matt Wildman. I hope I pronounced all the names correctly, but anyway, Matt Wildman took pole position after yesterday's races. And second place, so right next to him on the grid is Noah Rosser. He will start on second place, and currently they are equal on points, so one of these drivers is going to claim the pole position for the finals with a small point advantage. Well, a small point advantage. Let's just wait and see what happens. But let's just see if it's even going to be one of those two drivers, because Jermo Zane is also right up there. He has 11 points. By the way, the less points you take, the better you do. So 11 points for Jermo Zane. He has 4 more points than Matt Wildman and Noah Rosser. So there is a bit of a margin for Wildman and Rosser, but let's just see. Then fourth position is for Nick van den Bergen. And then that is the top 4 for now, as the drivers are getting ready to go out on track and start their warm-up laps. So after the yesterday's races, it was Matt Wildman who was continuously up there with just good results, no mistakes. I think twice a second place and a third position or something like that. So very solid result for Matt Wildman. Noah Rosser, he won a race. He had a couple of difficult races as well. And Jermo Zane yesterday from qualifying, I think he qualified on 6th position. Meaning that yesterday every single race he had to start from P6. Now he is up there in 3rd position. So Jermo Zane also gained some positions after yesterday. So yeah, I think we are. I think we should expect a very nice race to see. Behind them it's Bram Ossewaarde. So Bram Ossewaarde had a really difficult day yesterday, if you ask me. He took pole position yesterday in the rain, so he was able to start in 1st place every single race, but he only won one race of them. And the other race, I think he finished 7th and 11th, so really difficult races yesterday for Bram Ossewaarde. James Wijsman is in P6, then it's Justin Klerk, Ilan Meurs in P8. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Ilan Meurs almost in every single race he had the fastest lap. So that's Ilan Meurs, he is starting in P8 on the 4th row of the grid. P7 is for Justin Klerk. Oh, sorry, I just mentioned them. Justin Klerk, Ilan Meurs. P9, sorry, is for Peter Brett. Then it's Damien Beganovic, and I think he's family of Jason Beganovic, who we saw earlier today in the Tillotson T4 mini class. But anyway, Beganovic on P10. Then it's Stijn Hansen, P11, P12, Bodien Blankenburg. As they are getting ready, they are going through that left-hand hairpin now. Then it's Brian Wilson, Julia Milanese, Henry Bell, Joey van Essen, Nick van den Bergen, Timo Hermes, Max Duda, Sophie Dossi and Vrolan Varela in P21. So 21 drivers out there on track, but pole position is for Matt Wildman from Great Britain. 2nd place for Noah Rosser from the United States, and behind them it's Jermo Zane and Nick van den Bergen. Now let's see if we will have a victory for Matt Wildman today. Drivers are getting ready. Take a look at the Dutch flag. Ah no, it's another warm-up lap. No, they are going to start. Sorry, my mistake. They have started the race, and Matt Wildman successfully holds on to 1st position through the 1st corner. It looks like Jermo Zane has claimed 2nd place. Noah Rosser, I think, is in 3rd position as we see a crash from one of the drivers. Could have been Peter Brett, I think, who spun out of the race and now needs to join them in last place. That would be P21. Anyway, it is still Matt Wildman in first position. Then it's Jermo Zane. And I think third position then is for Noah Rosser. But let's just wait and see as they cross the start-finish line. And the live timing is updated. There they are, no defensive driving. Not the same as we saw in the previous superheat of the juniors. And indeed, it's Matt Wildman in first place, then Jermo Zane, Noah Rosser, Bram Ossewaarde in fourth position, driving with a white suit. Yesterday a green suit, today in a white suit. Justin Clerc in fifth place, then it's Nick van den Bergen. Stijn Hansen already gained 4 positions and is now in P7. Then it's Brian Wilson in P8. Ilan Meurs then dropped 1 position, is now in P9. And 10th place then is for James Reisman. As we watch the top 3 going to the final corner with the banking here at Karting Emmen. On the straight they go, no defensive driving for Wildman, but there goes Jermo Zane out of the slipstream. Wildman tries to push him to the edge of the track, and in the end there is no overtaking and no crashes, and Wildman successfully survives another lap. Through the double left-hand corner they go. Noah Rosser and Bram Ossewaarde are right up there as well. Actually, it's a group of about 10 drivers who is right up there in the fight for first place. There really are not that much. I think the first 9 drivers are all driving together. Now that's the first time that we see a defensive drive from Matt Wildman in that final corner, as he is looking behind him to see if he needs to defend or not. Jermo Zane was trying to take a look, but there is no room. Yeah, and then there is a technical problem for Bram van Ossewaarde, and that really his engine is out. I think Bram Ossewaarde is out of this race as his engine stopped. And because his engine stopped, some of the drivers had to push him along in the second corner. And now we have some gaps between Noah Rosser and the rest of the field, as we see an attack from one of the drivers. That's Beganovic. Beganovic is up there in third position. So lots of chaos actually on track now. Let's see. Third position, I say. That might be a mistake. I think that's fourth position now. Let's just see what our live timing tells us. It's Matt Wildman in first place, then Jermo Zane and Noah Rosser. So the top 3 didn't change. Then it's Stijn Hansen in fourth position. Really good drive from him actually. And Beganovic is up there in fifth place. Yeah. Really good drive, by the way, from Stijn Hansen. I told you guys yesterday, just always keep an eye on Stijn Hansen. Normally he always gets up there. And I think yesterday Stijn Hansen had a very difficult day, but today he is really gaining places and he is right up there in fourth position. He is closing that gap again to Noah Rosser in third position. Behind them, Damien Beganovic. Rosser, who tries to take the racing line, while Wildman and Zane take a defensive line, and it's difficult to overtake, but it's not impossible here at Karting Emmen. Overtaking, yeah, it's difficult, but it's definitely not impossible. It is difficult to defend your place here, to defend your position, but yeah, 6.5 minutes to go. Now let's see then. I think Stijn Hansen, he has joined that group. He has joined the top 3 now. Beganovic is not that far off as well. So we have 5 drivers fighting for the win. Then it's a small gap to Nick van den Bergen. He needs to push a bit harder to close the gaps to the top 5. Yeah, look at this shot. All 5 drivers in the same shot fighting for P1. And then behind them, as I said, Nick van den Bergen and Bodien Blankenburg. Then Brian Wilson, and this is Justin Clerc that you see on your screen right now. He is driving in 9th position. But yeah, 5-way fight for the victory at the moment. A small gap now between Zane and Rosser, so between 2nd and 3rd position. So Wildman and Zane They created a small gap somehow, I think because Rosser had to defend a bit from Stijn Hansen. So Rosser under pressure from Stijn Hansen. That's a fight for third position. Behind him it's Beganovic. Now Nick van den Berg has already closed that gap. So now we have 6 drivers fighting for the win in this superheat of the Tillotson T4 senior class. So far no overtakings done, everyone is waiting patiently. Now let's see then if Bodien Blankenburg in P7, if he could join the fight. Now let's see then, Zane right next to Matt Waalman. No, not yet actually, but he looks fast. Waalman is defending. Behind them it's also defensive lines from everyone as we see Nick van den Berg who tries to go on the outside, but it didn't work really. Into that double left-hand corner they go, and still no positions changed in the whole top 7. Let me see, yeah, Bodien Blankenburg is right up there as well now, so if anything crazy happens at the front, there are 7 contenders at the moment fighting for P1, and I don't think it will take too long before Brian Wilson will also join this fight. And there is an attack for P4, I think. Might have been an attack from, let's see, I think Nick van den Bergen and I think Damien Beganovic. So lots of things happening there. And it's Nick van den Bergen with the slipstream and the better exit who goes from P6 to P4. So Nick van den Bergen is getting up there. Stijn Hansen in 3rd position. And Noah Rosser is the big loser in this lap. He is now in P6 and dropped 2 positions at the moment. It's still 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, so the race is not done at all. But some changes of position. Last lap we also saw, an attempt from Jermo Zane, but in the end his exit wasn't good enough, and it seems like Matt Waalman is going to survive another lap as he tries to take the defensive line on the straight. And Hansen takes a wider line but completely outbrakes himself and is under pressure from Nick van den Bergen, but so far he survives his 3rd position. So long story short, Hansen still in 3rd place, but he lost some time to Zane and Waalman, who are out there in 1st and 2nd place. But still defensive driving from Waalman, and because of that the other drivers will join again. Different racing line from Jermo Zane. He knew he had some space. Now can he make a move with a better exit? So far he can't. Also that final hairpin, there are a couple of racing lines possible there. And you don't need to brake that much. And somehow Waalman survives. Despite the fact that Zane had the better racing line and the better traction. Nick van den Bergen now in 3rd position. Stijn Hansen dropped 2 places. He also lost the position to Noah Rosser, who is now back up there in P4. Let's see if Hansen fights back. Hansen also under pressure from Damien Beganovic. Behind them it's Blankenburg. Also Wilson has joined the fight. Then I think it's a small gap to Justin Clerc, but Justin Clerc is not too far off as well. Noah Rosser makes the move on Nick van den Bergen. That was a very clean one. So Rosser lost 2 positions, but now, actually 3. He was in P6. Now he's back up there in 3rd place. And let's just see, because Waalman will take a defensive line again. And maybe Rosser can get close again to Zane and Waalman. It's only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Another defensive line from Waalman. No moves from Zane. This time Waalman completely opens the door in that final corner. Same goes for Zane, so yeah, they are speeding up a bit, and I think it's now about 2, maybe 3 laps to go. We'll see, but their time is running out for Zane, and so far Matt Waalman is surviving every single lap of this race. Yeah, it's a group that stretches all the way to Elon Meurs, who is driving in the blue suit. Elon Meurs is in P10. It's 10 drivers who are quite close to each other, but by now I would say that this race is pretty much between, well, I think 5 riders maybe. There is a gap between Zane and Rosse now, as Rosse needs to defend. They need to watch out for Nick van den Bergen, who successfully makes a move again and retakes his 3rd position. Good drive from Nick van den Bergen. And yeah, with just 7 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, we now see a gap between Zane and Nick van den Bergen. So this is the moment for Zane to try something differently, because he has some space. He will not be under pressure from Nick van den Bergen in 3rd position. Defensive driving from Waalman again. Defensive driving, by the way, from Nick van den Bergen, who is right up your screen at the moment. Waalman takes the inside line. Zane takes the outside line and should have better traction. There is the marshal on your screen who is given the sign. It's only 1 lap to go now for Jermo Zane and Matt Waalman. And can Nick van den Bergen also close the gap? He does so. He makes up for some ground, but in the end there's still a gap between Zane and van den Bergen. And still, ladies and gentlemen, 1st place for Matt Waalman, who has not made a single mistake during his defensive drive in this superheat. Through the chicanes they go into the left-hand hairpin, and he completely closed the door. Jermo Zane tries something differently with the normal racing line. Nick van den Bergen is also up there. Waalman takes a look behind and he sees that he needs to defend now a drag race on the straight, but it looks like Matt Waalman has everything under control, and Matt Waalman will win this superheat in the junior class. Jermo Zane finishes in 2nd place. 3rd position is for Nick van den Bergen, and Noah Rosse then finishes 4th. And let's take a look behind there. All of a sudden it's Brian Wilson in 5th place, so great drive from him as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a victory for Matt Waalman from Great Britain. Great drive from him. 2nd place for Jermo Zane. And 3rd place, the podium for the superheat, Nick van den Bergen. Ladies and gentlemen, within a couple of minutes we'll be back with the final superheat of today. The Tillotson T4 Senior 168 class. I'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start with the Tillotson T4 Senior 168 class. Some would say it's the master class. Anyway, the drivers are starting their engines, and within a couple of seconds I think they will go on track for their warm-up laps. It's the final super heat of today. After this we will know the standings as we approach the finals. And yeah, for this superheat, pole position is for Luc Hoornstra. I'd say somehow it is for Luc Hoornstra, because yesterday we saw 2 victories from Jamie Elseman. We saw, let's see, Matthias Milata continuously up there. We saw Brandy continuously up there, but in the end I think, well, obviously everything I say to you is without the knowledge of any penalties or something like that, so I think in the end the most consistent driver was Luc Hoornstra, and he took pole position. Then on second place it's Adrian Somoza from Spain, I think. Did I remember that correctly? Yep, that's Adrian Somoza from Spain. Third position then for Jamie Elseman, and still I think Jamie Elseman will be a very dangerous driver, because yesterday he won 2 sessions. Yeah, he won 2 sessions. Then it's Matthias Milata, who was also continuously up there at the front, continuously fighting for P1 or P2. In the end he also had some technical failures. Oh no, that's right, he was involved in a spin actually. So he spun on track, lost a couple places, and yeah, had to join in on P15 or something like that. Yeah, and those are expensive points that you miss out on. But anyway, he is starting in 4th place, 2nd row on the grid. Then we see Chris Alcock on 5th place, then it's Valerio Prandi in 6th place, 7th position for Mark Dondes, then 8th place for Michael Kampman, 9th is Peter Jansen, who was 2nd during one of the races yesterday, so Peter Jansen also has the potential to fight its way back to the top. Peter Jansen, that is. 10th position then for Jarno Visser. Then Marco Pedrana, Mats Mooi, Rory de Jong, Ricardo Baldon, Maurice Kampman, Stijn Ebbing, Dinant van Zuilenkom, Martin Prosek en Roberto Zaltieri in P19. So 19 drivers out there. Pole position for Luc Hoornstra. And they are currently, well, halfway through their 2nd warm-up lap. In your screens you can see the chicane here at Emmen. It's quite a technical track actually. It's one long straight, and then it's quite technical with corners following up quickly on each other. Through that left-hand hairpin, and then they approach the final corner with the banking. The race directors are already getting ready with the Dutch flag, and as soon as it goes down, this superheat will start. So they will form 2 rows, they will get into their corridors, and then the race will start. Pole position for Luc Hoornstra. Can he hold on to 1st place, or will it be Adrian Somoza or even another driver? Let's see then. The flag is being waved, and that means that we are on our way, and it's a good start so far from Luc Hoornstra. And I think 2nd place already is for Jamie Elseman. He overtook Adrian Somoza, who is currently in 3rd position. So good start from Jamie Elseman, who will now chase down Luc Hoornstra. 4th position I think is for Matthias Milata, so no position gained, no positions lost for Matthias Milata. And let's see if we will get a defensive drive from the leader in this race as well. So far, no defensive racing from Hoornstra, who opens up the door in the final hairpin. And no attacks from Elseman. Looks like Elseman and Hoornstra are already trying to work together to get out there on the front, as there is a battle going on for 2nd place. Matthias Milata trying to overtake Adrian Somoza, and in the end it was 3 guys going through the same corner, and Somoza was launched up in the air, and then it's Somoza almost out, it's Matthias Milata almost out. I think Somoza is getting into the pit. No, he's still driving, but lost lots of places just like Milata. So Matthias Milata out of the race, or at least out of the fight for first position. And now we see quite the gap between Elzeman and Hoornstra. And they are clearly working together. So what does that mean then, working together in a kart race? Well, Hoornstra creates the slipstream for Elzeman. This makes Elzeman faster, and then Elzeman will try to push Hoornstra. And therefore the two of them will go faster than any driver behind who is driving alone and doesn't have anyone to work together with. And that's what we're seeing right now. So Hoornstra and Elzeman are trying to pull away from Valerio Prandi, who is now in 3rd position. He started 6th, but he is now up there in 3rd position. The Italian driver that is. He is in front of Elcock. Actually, there's a small gap between Prandi and Elcock, so Prandi is one of those drivers who is driving alone at the moment, but his pace looks good actually. And it looks like he is closing that gap to Hoornstra and Elzeman. So let's take a look at the lap times then of this superheat. Let's take a look at the lap times of Valerio Prandi in 3rd position. Last lap he was 0.2 of a second faster compared to Luc Hoornstra. Now let's see this lap then. It's the fastest lap now for Valerio Prandi, who is closing in on the numbers 2 and 3. Behind them there is a big fight going on for P4. I think that is with, that's with Chris Elcock. So far he's still in 4th place, but Peter Jansen is also up there in car number 402. Peter Jansen so far in 7th place. Eventually he did not gain a position, but hard fighting between Chris Elcock, Mark Dondes, Michael Kampman and Peter Jansen in the fight for 4th position. By the way, also a good race for Mark Dondes. He started on P8, so far he is in P5. But in front it's still Elzeman and Hoornstra. Elzeman is now the new leader of this race as he overtook Hoornstra. And Prandi is right up there as well. So Elzeman is leading again after a move that I missed honestly. Elzeman is leading, and we've seen him lead almost every single race yesterday. There is the move from Prandi outside of your screen on Luc Hoornstra, and I think it was a successful move. So I think it's Prandi now in 2nd place as we watch a fight for I think P7 or something like that. But yeah, indeed, it's now Prandi in 2nd place, Hoornstra in 3rd position. So in 2 laps time, Hoornstra dropped 2 positions, and we see that Elzeman takes a wider line through the first corner to carry a bit more speed through those first couple of corners. Then behind them, Mark Dondes now in 4th place, so he overtook Elcock, who is in 5th position. Jansen also gained a position, he is now in 6th place. Then it's Marco Pedrana in 7th position. He's also driving a good race so far. Michael Kampman in P8, 9th place is for Stijn Ebbing, and 10th position is for Jarno Visser. That is the top 10 at the moment. Now if we go back at the top 3, it is still Valerio Prandi with the fastest lap, a fastest lap of 45.8. And this lap is 0.4 of a second faster than the best lap that Jamie Elzeman clocked in so far. So Prandi is actually really on fire and is probably the driver to challenge Jamie Elzeman for the win in this superheat. And it would be an important win for Prandi. because currently he's out there at P6 in the standings. And winning this race would be a huge gain in points for Valerio Prandi in second place. So yesterday I was told that Prandi won almost everything in Ireland during the previous race of the Euro Series. So yeah, big expectations. But yeah, Jamie Elseman has been very strong here at Karting Emmen as well. And let's not rule out Hoornstra in third place as well, who is in your screen at the moment with the blue suit. He took pole position yesterday in the rain. And yeah, after yesterday he was still the leader in the championship. So it's been a great drive. There is the move from Valerio Prandi on Jamie Elseman. A bit unexpected for Elseman, I think. But Prandi now in first position. Elseman takes a look behind and sees that Luc Hoornstra is right behind him. So he chose not to attack in the last corner. And that means that we now have a new leader in the race. It is Valerio Prandi, and Jamie Elseman immediately tries to work together a bit with Prandi to create a small gap to Hoornstra, and that would give him some space to try and attack later on this race. But so far it is Prandi in first place, Elseman in second place, and Hoornstra is right up there in third position. So this fight is not yet done. Then behind them it's Mark Donders, who is driving a lonely P4 at the moment. But let's see, if Prandi starts defending, then Donders might join this fight quite quickly actually. Behind Donders there is a small gap to Peter Jansen, who has gained another position. He's now up there in fifth place. And it's only 3 minutes to go now. Valerio Prandi in first position. Behind Peter Jansen it's Chris Elcock, who is now in P6. Elcock, I think he started fourth. Let me check that real quick actually. Chris Elcock, he started on P5 and now he's out there in P6. So yeah, probably not the race that Elcock is going to be too happy about. There we see Mark Donders on your screens right now, followed by Peter Jansen. I think Peter Jansen is a little bit quicker than Mark Donders. Well, yeah, if we check the live timing last time around, he was a couple of hundredths of a second faster than Mark Donders. Let's see now as they cross the start-finish line. Mark Donders puts in a 46.2 once again. Let's see. Yeah, again a 46.2 for Mark Donders, a 46.0 for Peter Jansen. So Peter Jansen is closing in on Mark Donders. So Mark Donders is not getting closer to our top three. And that's still Valerio Prandi and Jamie Elseman. Valerio Prandi is not defending in that left-hand hairpin. And that might be, well, I think it's about time to defend your positions maybe. It's only 1 minute 50 to go, so I would say it's about 3 laps and then the checkered flag will come. Hoornstra is now further behind. He cannot keep up with Prandi and Elseman. Yesterday we saw a lot of moves in the second corner from Elseman, because yeah, Elseman continuously tried a different racing line and then tried to make the crossback on his competitors. He is already trying to, well, to see if that racing line works to overtake Prandi. I just saw that when I looked out the window. Still no defensive driving from Prandi in the final corner. There's only 1 minute on the clock, so I think it's about 2 laps to go. Let's see then. On the straight they go. And Elseman retook first place. And did that in the final corner, I think. I have to be honest, I missed that one again. There we see Hoornstra on your screen. There is a gap of about half a second between Hoornstra and Prandi at the moment. No defensive driving from Elseman. He just tries to push away from Prandi. No looking behind for Elseman. He just takes the racing line. He probably knows he has a small margin over Prandi. It's 13 seconds to go for Jamie Elseman. who is back up there in the lead. Hoornstra made up some ground in the previous lap. By the way, Peter Jansen is right behind Mark Donders now in the fight for 4th place. So yeah, Mark Donders P4 is not yet secured. Let's see then. No defensive driving from Jamie Elsman. Now this will be the final lap as they cross the start-finish line. So final lap for Jamie Elsman. And there in the back you see the defensive line from Mark Donders, who goes up to the inside a bit on the start-finish line. But let's see, Jamie Elsman, he survives the first corner. He also survives the second corner and stays in first position. Second place all still for Prandi. I think Hoornstra is too far behind to try anything. But look at the pace of Jamie Elsman as he creates a gap and doesn't even need to defend in that left-hand corner, but he's not looking behind him and doesn't know so yeah, he defended a little bit, and therefore Prandi is right up there, but there is no space. What a pace from Elseman as he claims another victory in this superheat, and he did it with almost no defending. So great job from Jamie Elseman as he wins this superheat. Second place for Valerio Prandi. Third position for Luc Hoornstra. Looked to me as if Hoornstra was shaking his head a little bit. Well, yeah, he started from pole position and he finishes third, so I don't think he will be too happy, but he does have a small margin in terms of points in this championship. A small margin to Jamie Elsman. 5 points of a difference between Hoornstra and Elseman, so it shouldn't be too bad for Luc Hoornstra. And he might be still in pole position for the finals. Anyway, a victory, ladies and gentlemen, for Jamie Elseman. A second place for Valerio Prandi, and then a third position for Luc Hoornstra. I think within 4 minutes we will start with the final practice of the Bambino class. And after their final practice they will drive a short race right after the parade. The parade will start at 11:30, and during this parade we will meet all the drivers. There you can see the Bambino drivers on your screen right now. 5 drivers, I think. 5 drivers in total. And they will start within a couple of minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back with you for the Bambino practice number 5. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way for the 5th practice session of the Bambino class at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are watching practice number 5 for the Tillotson Bambino class. We have 5 drivers to keep an eye on. Yesterday I followed one of these practices and they were doing lap times of about 57 seconds. So yeah, and this morning they did another practice and they were already faster than yesterday. They were doing lap times of about 56 seconds, so that's like a second faster than they did yesterday. And I think the 2 fastest drivers are Mike Willemsen in kart number 33 and Don Wijnen in kart number 17, and also Floyd Tenholt is also right up there. At the moment there is a second gap between Mike Willemsen and Floyd Tenholt, but Don Wijnen is improving his lap times. Don Wijnen just did a 56.8. And with that lap time, he is 300ths of a second faster than Don Wijnen. Than Mike Willemsen in second place. And we saw them, I think, earlier on your screen. Mike Willemsen and Floyd Tenholt. Yeah, Floyd Tenholt is in kart number 12. We saw them earlier on the on your screen. You saw them fighting on the straight. This is kart number 15 and 33. So that's Kosta Radenkovic, who is currently in 4th position. Goes a little bit wide there, out of the left-hand hairpin. Right behind Radenkovic we find Mike Willemsen, who will try to overtake as they both go through that final hairpin, and then almost a spin, I think, from Radenkovic, but Radenkovic stays on the track. Mike Willemsen passes Radenkovic then. And now Mike Willemsen will try to put in another fast lap. So far Willemsen is in second place of this practice session. First place is for Don Wijnen, still with a 56.8, so no improvements from all the drivers in the last couple of laps. Third place for Floyd Tenholt at the moment, then it's Kosta Radenkovic, and 5th place is for Paul Harney, who made massive improvements compared to yesterday. I think yesterday during the 3rd practice that I followed, he was doing lap times of 1 minute and 3 seconds, and now he is doing lap times of about 59 seconds. So that's a 4-second improvement for Paul Harney, and that's quite impressive actually at this age. So great to see. Also a 59 for Kosta Radenkovic, by the way. And then it's Mike Willemsen, Don Wijnen and Floyd Tenholt, who all 3 of them do a lap time of 56 seconds, and all of them have actually improved a bit. So Mike Willemsen is now the fastest driver on the track with a lap time of 56.2, so that's a massive improvement. It's almost a 6/10 of a second improvement compared to his previous fastest lap. We also see improvement from Don Wijnen, who is in second place, so he lost the position, but still some improvement as he did a 56.7. and it's a 56.7 for Floyd Tenhold as well. So improvements from all drivers, as we see Paul Harney fighting his kart in that left-hand hairpin here at Karting Emmen. Through the final corner he goes, and then it's Harney on the straight as we watch Mike Willemse, Don Wijnen and Floyd Tenhold in a fight together as they approach the chicanes here at Karting Emmen. Through the left-hand hairpin they go. And it's Tenhold behind Don Wijnen, and they are about as fast as each other, so not much of a difference between the two drivers. Let's see if they work together. Let's see if they can improve their lap time together. I don't think that Floyd Tenhold wants to work together, as he was trying to see if he could overtake with a better exit, but I don't think that works. So Tenhold still behind Don Wijnen on the track. Tenhold in second place, by the way. Don Wijnen in third position. Both of the drivers, both of them improved again. They did a 56.3 and a 56.5. Mike Willemse, by the way, did a 55.6. So again, a second improvement for Mike Willemse. That's well, that's quite impressive actually. Then we also see a 58.3 for Kosta Radenkovic, so also small improvements for Radenkovic. And Paul Harney is still doing a 59.9, so Harney still needs to find a bit of speed. As I look out the window, I see Harney driving past me, going into the chicane, now into that left-hand hairpin that we saw him, well, struggle with that corner earlier. But still, I think Paul Harney is learning massively. Because, as I mentioned, huge improvements from Paul Harney compared to yesterday's training. Last lap there was no improvement from Mike Willemse, also no improvement from Floyd Tenhold and Don Wijnen. So we still have lap times of 55.6 for Mike Willemse. 56.3 for Floyd Tenhold. Don Wijnen has a 56.5, yeah. And then we have Kosta Radenkovic again with an improvement, 57.9. So that's a good job from Kosta Radenkovic, and then a 59.9 for Paul Harney. And that's the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. First one to take the checkered flag was Don Wijnen. Floyd Tenhold also takes the checkered flag. Mike Willemse takes the checkered flag and doesn't improve, so no improvements in the top three of this practice session. Kosta Radenkovic then crosses the start-finish line. No improvements from Kosta as well. And then the final driver to go on to start-finish is Paul Harney. Can he improve from a 59.9? No, he doesn't. And therefore the top 5 stays the same. Fastest in this practice session is Mike Willemse. And yeah, so we will move on with the driver parade, and after that we will have a race for these 5 drivers, for the Bambino drivers. And I think that the result of this practice session will be the lineup at the grid for their race. So we should see Mike Willemse at pole position in a couple of minutes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at 11:30 the driver parade will start. So I'll be right back.
Bye. Marco Petrana, Ricardo Bottom,
and Roberto Salatier. The next from Romania is Costa Rajkovic. Please join the track. Costa Rajkovic, you can join the drivers as well on track. Alright, next from the United States, please welcome Noah Russell. From the United States, you guys, you can join on the track. It's Noah Russell. Yeah, there he is. Alright. Alright, and then we go through a long list of Dutch drivers. So, all the Dutch drivers, please grab your flags and go out on track. And a warm welcome to Floyd Tennelt, Tom Wijnen, Mike Williamson, Eleanor van Eyck, Jason Bogdanovic, Mike Hogenburg, Chase van van Zuilenkom en Mike Kaltman. Jullie mogen ook de baan op. I don't think I'm going to repeat on stage, by the way.
Bescheid laten nou, hè? Voor de Nederlanders in een rij.
Join everybody in the left-hand hairpin. There you will receive the medal.
Dit is toch precies wat je wil? Dit is toch wat je wil, of niet? Ja, nou. En dan kijk of je daar straks dan wat verloren bent. We kennen nou weer
Oh ja, iedereen Jezus, jij bent veel voor, hè?
Hey, Dixa! Allemaal eentje. Hij wil pipa, dit staat. Die parabla in kamer.
Zdravím babku!
Maar je moet een filmpje doen, hè? Ja, met de
Knopje vasthouden.
1 miljoen foto's aan keer, ja.
Lekker water.
Hoeveel terabyte aan
Nou, uitgewijs.
3 gigabyte.
Dan moet je ook niet
Future drive.
Nou, doe nou niet hoor. Andrew is coming.
Don't know what else it is. I don't want to know. Maar waarom? Het zijn maar 20 graden.
Shut up, Ariel.
Dan is una sanzione.
To Tillotson and to Karting Emmen, all the drivers have received a medal for their participation in today's Tillotson T4 Euro Series here in the Netherlands. So a big thank you to all the drivers in all the different countries who joined us. Bye. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've just had our afternoon break. We've had the driver parade, and we are about to get ready for the race of the Bambino class. And they will go out on track in, I think, about 2 minutes time. So let me see real quick. They will start at 12:15 local time, so that's in about 2 minutes. And we have 5 drivers out on track for the Bambino class. And the last practice session that we just did, that we did before the afternoon break, I think that will determine the grid for this race of the Bambinos. And if that is right, I'm actually pretty sure that's right, that would mean that Mike Willemsen will start on pole position. He drove a lap time of 55.6 earlier during the final practice. Then we will have Floyd Tenholt on second place. He did a lap time of 56.3. Then Don Wijnen, also a lap time within the 56 second mark. He did a 56.5. Then a 57.9 for Costa Radenkovic in 4th position. And then we find Paul Harney with a lap time of 59.9. So as I mentioned earlier, huge improvements throughout the weekend for Paul Harney, and that's good to see. So the drivers are out on track for their warm-up lap. After this race of the Bambinos, we will proceed with our final race of the day. One of the drivers has already spun. It looks like it was kart 11, that's Paul Harney. Looks like Paul Harney is not able to proceed. Let's see if they wait on the grid for Paul Harney then. We will have a standing start on the grid in this Bambino class. And as I said earlier, pole position for Mike Willemsen. Second position for Floyd Tenholt. Third place for Don Wijnen. Fourth place for Costa Radenkovic. And a 5th position is for Paul Harney, who is still there. I don't think Paul Harney will start actually. If I look outside, I can't see. There he is. I'm afraid he has to get out of the car. That's a real shame for Paul Harney. I was really wondering if he could maybe improve some more actually. So yeah, real shame for Paul Harney. I think they will push his kart aside. If I look out of the window, I see one of the engineers who is running towards his driver. So maybe he can get the kart up and running. So they've allowed one of the engineers on track, one of the mechanics. In the meantime, they are struggling to keep the karts running on the grid. Actually, they are trying to help Don Wijnen, I think, who's and now they are checking with Mike Willemsen. Seems that there are no problems with the kart of Floyd Tenholt, who is starting in second place. Well, let's just see. In the meantime, yeah, there you see the mechanics from Paul Harney. They try to keep his kart running again, to get it running again. Let's see if it works. Good to see that the marshal is trying to help as well. So a bit of the delay with the start of the Bambinos. But yeah, I totally agree that it's the right decision to try and see if they can get Paul Harney back on track again. And it looks like he's driving again. Yeah, that's good news. So Paul Harney will rejoin the grid for the Bambino race. And that's great to see. So he will line up on the grid in 5th position. In the meantime, the marshals on the start-finish line are helping Mike Willemsen. I think earlier they were also helping Don Wijnen to keep that kart running. So they struggle a bit with the standing starts so far. But let's see, it will be a start with the flag. So as soon as that Dutch flag goes down, this race of the Bambinos will start. And we are on our way, but Mike Willemsen does not get out of his grid box. So he needed some help to keep the car running. In the meantime, it's car number 12 who has taken the lead, and that's Floyd Tenold. He started in second position, and now he is taking the lead during this race. The second position now for car number 17 from Don Wijnen. Now let's see if Mike Willemsen can close that gap all the way up to Floyd Tenold. We are watching Floyd right now on our screens as he is being pursued by, let's see, Don Wijnen. And that's a fight for first place, ladies and gentlemen. Back there, car number 15, that's Kosta Radenkovic, currently in P3. Behind them it is Paul Harney then in 4th place, and then we see Mike Willemsen, who just got out of the final corner. There comes the attack from Don Wijnen on Floyd Tenold, and he takes the lead. So new leader in this race, it's now Don Wijnen. And the first lap times are getting in now. And Mike Willemsen, I have to say that he looks quite fast actually. Floyd Tenold and Don Wijnen, both of them are pulling away from Kosta Radenkovic, who is in 3rd position. Back there we see Mike Willemsen, who has now passed Paul Harney. So Mike Willemsen already up in 4th position. And yeah, I think Radenkovic is driving a lonely race actually at the moment. And by the way, it looks to me as if Wijnen and Tenold are both faster than Willemsen. These two drivers are already up in the double left-hand corner of Karting Emmen. I think Willemsen just got out of that final left-hand corner. So it's the gap has been growing a little bit compared to the previous lap. But then again, Mike Willemsen had to do an overtake as he passed Paul Harney in the previous lap. And yeah, a fight between Wijnen and Tenold, it would not help for the lap times, I think. Yeah, there on your screen, that those two drivers, those were Radenkovic and Willemsen. Small gap now between Wijnen and Tenold, so Tenold needs to work a little bit harder now to close that gap in the slipstream. Seems like he is making it work so far. Willemsen has found some speed as well and is now on the tail of Radenkovic and will try to make the move for a 3rd position. He has made up some time as well compared to Don Wijnen and Tenold. So let's check the lap times. It's a 57.0 for Don Wijnen. 57.0 as well for Floyd Tenold. Radenkovic a 58.0. And then we see Mike Willemsen with a 55.8. So he's about 1.2 seconds faster than Don Wijnen and Floyd Tenold. There we see them on the straight. Willemsen has not yet passed Radenkovic, so he is struggling a bit to get past Radenkovic. So good defensive driving so far, but on the straight he goes past Radenkovic. Good move. Now we have Willemsen up in a 3rd position. Last lap of Willemsen was a 57.5 also. So that's not too fast. He lost a second to Don Wijnen and Floyd Tenold. Both of those drivers, both of them did a 56.6. So yeah, he lost a half a second, Willemsen. But now he has a clear or small mistake there from Radenkovic, who drifted a little bit out of that left-hand hairpin. But now he has clean air and no one behind him, and now he can go and chase down Don Wijnen and Floyd Tenold. The both of them just crossed the start-finish line, go into the first corner, and behind them it's Mike Willemsen with a gap of about 3.5 seconds. 55.9 for Mike Willemsen, 57.0 for Don Wijnen, so Willemsen is faster again. And he still has 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go to close the gap to the two drivers in front of him. No attacks from Floyd Tenold. He might be waiting for the end to see, to make a move on Don Wijnen. So yeah, he might wait for the end, but I'm not sure if they know that Mike Willemsen is chasing them down and is actually quite fast. It's 4 minutes to go now. They just crossed the start-finish line again. Let's see then the lap times. 55.8 for Willemsen, 56.3 for Don Wijnen. So they are improving up front, but the gap is getting closer. It's now about 3 seconds, a little less than 3 seconds. I think Willemsen will need he needs a little bit more, I think, to really close that gap and to have enough time to overtake both drivers. We've seen that, well, he was not struggling to overtake, but it took some time to overtake Radenkovic and Harney. By the way, Harney is still driving, so no technical errors after that start. So Harney in 5th place, he did a 59.9. Good job from him, as he again drives a 59.9. So consistently he is improving. Now let's see then the lap times. Don Wijnen 57.0, 56.7 for Floyd Tenold. So, and then Mike Willemsen did a 55.6. So we have seen Don Wijnen already being 0.7 of a second faster. So lap times are not consistent yet, but I'm sure these drivers will get there. And this weekend is a great experience for these drivers. And they have learned a lot. They have improved a lot over the weekend. Yesterday I think they did lap times of about 57 seconds, 58 seconds, and now they are up there with a lap time of 55 seconds. The best lap time is 55 seconds. Willemsen has almost joined the fight for P1. He is almost at the back of Floyd Tenold. This is with a little more than 2 minutes to go. He made a small mistake in the first corner, went a little bit wide, and that cost him a couple of tenths of a second compared to Tenold and Wijnen. But in the end he is closing the gap. 56.7 for both Don Wijnen and Floyd Tenold. It was a 55.3 for Mike Willemsen. So Mike Willemsen is really speeding up right now. Onto the final corner they go. And now it's 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Willemsen has closed the gap. Almost closed the gap. I think he has about 3 minutes, 3 laps left. Look at him. He is quite fast compared to Floyd Tenold, who I think again goes a bit wide in the first corner and loses a couple of meters. So he's trying not to brake too much, I think. That goes for Mike Willemsen. And in the end, it's still Don Wijnen who is leading this race. And we only have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So can Mike Willemsen get close enough to make a move? I think Mike Willemsen is quite fast through the chicane and quite fast through the left-hand hairpin. It seems to me like he made up some ground compared to Tenold. By the way, 4th position for Radenkovic, 5th place for Paul Harney. So And these three drivers, they are fighting it out for first place. On the straight they go once again. It's only 35 seconds, so 2 laps to go now, I think. And Willemse passes Floyd Tenholt. Great move actually, he was way faster, so good exit from Willemse through the final corner. Now let's see if Tenholt can fight back and retake his second place. He's still quite close actually to Willemse. Willemse takes a wider line as he exits the double left-hand corner. Into the chicane they go. And then we have that left-hand hairpin, and looks to me as if Willemse is a bit careful and went into that corner a bit slower than Don Wijnen. But in the end, Don Wijnen is still leading this race. Now will Willemse make a move? I don't think so. So it's Willemse in second place, Wijnen in first position, Tenholt is driving third, and it's the final lap. Now it's already the checkered flag for the Bambinos, and that means that Don Wijnen has won this race. Mike Willemse had a tough start. He didn't got out of his grid slot and had to work his way back up to second place. In the end he had a great result with his second place, but I'm not sure if he is too happy about it. Second place for Mike Willemse, third position for Floyd Tenholt. Over start finish goes Costa Radenkovic now, and now we wait for Paul Aaron. Paul Harney, who just exited the final corner, goes on to the straight, and that's fifth position for Paul Harney. But your winner, ladies and gentlemen, in the Tillotson T4 Bambino Cup is Don Wijnen. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we will get ready for the finals. These are the final sessions of today. And the first final that we will watch is the final of the Tillotson T4 Minis. And pole position is for Jason Beganovic. Second place is for Jack Harney, but in the end they have the same amount of points, but Beganovic had a pole position, so I think that puts him up front compared to Jack Harney. He took pole position in yesterday's qualifying. So Beganovic and Harney, and also let's take a look at Mika Hogebrug, because this morning he was well, not fast enough so far for Beganovic compared to Beganovic and Harney, but still Hogebrug has always been up there, and I think that he can be up there right now and fight Beganovic and Harney for the win. So Hogebrug in third position, then it's Frank Grazia in fourth place, Jace van Essen fifth, sixth place for Leo Serrano, seventh position for Max van den Heuvel, eighth place is for Romeo Mies, and then it's Eleanor van Eyck in P9. But in the end it's Beganovic in pole position. So let's see. This final will start in a couple of minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back with you for the finals of the Tillotson T4 Minis. So we are fighting for a World Championship ticket in Valencia in Spain later this year, and this final, the finals of the Tillotson T4 mini class, they will decide our first winner of the day. Now let's take a look at the results so far. Yesterday, after the first qualifying session, Jason Beganovic took pole position. Later on, he went on to win the first race, while let's see, Jack Harney, he finished second. Then in race number 2 and race number 3, Jack Harney won twice against Jason Beganovic. Beganovic finished second twice in a row. Today at the superheats, earlier today, Beganovic was able to take the victory. Again, Paul Harney in second place. And because of that, they both have the same amount of points. It's all about getting, the least possible points actually. So Jason Beganovic has 4 points. Jack Harney also has 4 points. And yeah, this race will just decide who is going to win, who takes home the trophy, who takes home the ticket to Valencia. They are on equal points, and after this race they cannot be on equal points. So there has to be a winner. And this is all between Jason Beganovic and Jack Harney. Jason Beganovic on pole position, Jack Harney in second place. Then it's Mika Hogebrug in third position. He has 12 points, so it's there's 8 points between him and Beganovic and Harney. So it's going to be a tough job for Hogebrug, but let's see. Maybe he can win the race. He was the only one actually who was able to challenge Beganovic and Harney, especially during the third race of yesterday. Anyway, Hogebrug in third position, Frank Grazia in fourth place, then it's Jace van Essen in fifth position. Sixth place is for Leo Serrano, seventh position for Max van den Heuvel. Then we have Romeo Mies, P8, and ninth position is for Eleanor van Eyck. And I think the drivers just started their engines and they will go out on track in, I think, less than 1 minute. On your screens you see card number 186. That is the card of Jack Harney. Yeah, there they go. They go out on track. Ladies and gentlemen, our first final of the day. Our first final of the Tillotson T4 Euro Series here in the Netherlands, here at Karting Emmen. This track, you will find this track in the north of Holland. It feels like it is in the middle of nowhere actually if you get here, but it's like a 5-minute drive to the local town of Emmen, which is mostly famous for its zoo. And I think now it will be more famous for its track, in time at least, because there are new owners for this track. So earlier this year the track was sold to new owners and they already invested a lot in the track and all the facilities around it. And they are trying to get the track FIA certified as soon as possible, and currently they are trying to figure out what they need to do to get that FIA certificate for their track. So lots of work is done, lots of work to be done here at Karting Emmen. And as I said, in a couple of years it will probably be more famous than its zoo. So by the way, another warm-up lap for these drivers throughout the whole day. Yesterday as well they do 2 warm-up laps and then the finals will start. They are already lining up right next to each other. They will do a rolling start and they are already lining up as they proceed through to the chicanes of Emmen. First row for Jason Beganovic and Jack Harney. They have shown us great races so far throughout the weekend. Second row for Mika Hogebrug and Frank Grazia. Now let's see if they can create some chaos between Beganovic and Harney. But I'm sure that unless anyone makes a mistake, Harney and Beganovic will fight it out to the very last minute. So they will form two rows. Watch the Dutch flag there. As soon as it goes down, the race will start. So we are on our way, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems to be as if Beganovic has a very good start. Same goes for Mika Hogebrug, who immediately takes second place from Jack Harney. Now let's see if Hogebrug can keep up with Beganovic. That would be great to watch, actually. Jack Harney then pushing hard to get closer to Hogebrug, and then fourth position I think is still for Frank Garcia. Now let's see. As soon as they cross the start-finish line, my live timing will be updated and I can tell you with certainty who is in fourth position. I think actually it's Max van den Heuvel who is driving in fourth position. First lap completed then for Beganovic. Right behind them is Mika Hogebrug, who is a bit earlier on the brakes compared to Beganovic in the first corner, but has a very good exit out of the second one. And still Jack Harney is up there as well. Max van den Heuvel in fourth position is now losing a bit of ground compared to the top three. But great to see that my Mika Hogebrug is right up there in the mix, trying to fight Beganovic and Jack Harney. No defensive moves from Beganovic. A small mistake at the exit of that left-hand hairpin from Hogebrug. And yeah, let's see, Jack Harney immediately takes the opportunity, overtakes Mika Hogebrug and now is back into second place. Let's see what Hogebrug can do. I think probably the best thing is to work together and close that gap to Jason Beganovic. But small mistake, a little bit wide for Mika Hogebrug in the first corner, and therefore lost some ground to Jack Harney. Jack Harney, by the way, pushing really hard to close that gap to Beganovic, who is, well, not threatened by anyone so far, but it's still 12 minutes to go. And we've seen a small gap between these two riders all weekend long, and in the end they find each other and they give us a good fight for the victory. So 12 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you it's quite a long race for these two drivers. Hogebrug is still up there as well, but currently we have gaps between all four drivers in the top four. Fifth place then for Frank Garcia. Also a gap between Fran Garcia and Jace van Essen, who is in sixth position. And then we find Leo Serrano and Romeo Mies, who are currently fighting for seventh place. It's the closest fight on the track. Also Eleanor van Eyck in ninth position is not too far off. So that's a fight for seventh place. But in the meantime we watch the top four as they go out on the straight. You can see the gaps between the drivers. Jack Harney is really struggling actually to keep up with Beganovic, who is driving at blistering pace at the moment. Let's check the lap times real quick. Jason Beganovic, fastest personal best of 45.290. That's his best lap so far. Best lap from Jack Harney is a 45.278, so just 12 thousandths of a second faster. And that specific lap time of Jack Harney is also the fastest lap of the race at the moment. And then it's a 45.5 for Mika Hogebrug. That's his personal best. So that's 3/10 down. Well, yeah, it's about 3/10 down on Beganovic and Harney. Harney improves once more, just a couple of hundredths of a second improvement. Beganovic did a 45.2. The margins are very, very small. They are just as fast as each other. Hogebrug with a 45.6. Lost 4/10 of a second in the last lap. In the meantime, we watch the fight for P7. That's between Leo Serrano and Romeo Mies. Also, Eleanor van Eyck is not too far off. So this was the fight that I was mentioning earlier. And I think Leo Serrano is under big pressure momentarily. from Romero Wies, and there, wow, almost thought that he would make the move, but in the end there was no space, and therefore we still have Serrano in 7th place, Romeo Wies in 8th position, Eleanor van Eyck in 9th place. We take a look at the lap times up front. By the way, also a very small gap between Frank Grazia and Jace van Essen. Jace van Essen seems to be a little bit faster. This is a fight for 5th place momentarily. Yeah, these are the two drivers that you watch on your screen. That is Frank Grazia and Jace van Essen. That's a fight for 5th place. But let's take a look at the lap times up front. Jason Beganovic did a lap time of 45.406. It was a lap time of 45.445 for Jack Harney. So that's 0.04 of a second slower than Beganovic. So Beganovic, it's not much, but he is pulling away a bit. In the end, the gap stays around 0.7 of a second or 0.8 of a second, something like that. In other words, Jack Harney is not really getting closer, despite the fact that he should have a little bit of a slipstream. Mika Hogebrug in 3rd position just did a 45.6 again. So yeah, Mika is consistently doing 45.6s. Again, just 1/100th of a second faster, Beganovic that is, compared to Jack Harney. Jack Harney still holds the fastest lap, by the way, but they are 0.2 of a second slower compared to their fastest laps now. So yeah, so far so good for Beganovic, who is really pushing hard as he goes out of that final corner onto the straight. No mistakes from him, a bit bumpy there on the straight, as you can see. No mistakes from Beganovic, also no mistakes from Harney, but he is just a bit slower than Beganovic. Obviously, he lost some time during the start because Mika Hogebrug immediately overtook Jack Harney, sorry. And that cost him some time compared to Beganovic. The gap has grown as well. It's now 1.2 seconds between Beganovic and Harney. Hogebrug is 1.9 seconds behind Jack Harney. Then we have Max van den Heuvel in 4th place. He's 3.5 seconds behind Mika Hogebrug. 5th place for Jace van Essen. So Jace van Essen earlier overtook Frank Grazia successfully. At the moment on your screen we watch Leo Serrano versus Eleanor van Eyck in a fight for 8th position. Romeo Wies is also up there in that green suit in card number 133. So currently the fight for 8th position is the only fight that we can watch on the track. Let's see, Leo Serrano does lap times of 47.9. Last lap was a 47.4 for Eleanor van Eyck, so Eleanor should be a little bit faster as they approach the left-hand hairpin. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, up front, Beganovic just took the fastest lap with a lap time of, let's see, 45.215. So that's a couple of hundredths faster than the previous fastest lap that was held by Jack Harney. And now my lap... by the last lap of Jason Beganovic, it was already the fastest lap, but he improved even more earlier. He did a 45.156, so Beganovic is driving all alone, no slipstream in front of him, and he is pushing like crazy out there. And he is just expanding his lead over Jack Harney. Now this is quite rare between these two drivers because we haven't seen one of them pull away from the other all weekend long, and all of a sudden it's like Beganovic, I think he ate a couple of peppers because it's unbelievable how quick he is at the moment. Another 45.3 at the moment. Jack Harney is doing 45.6. Mika Hogebrug is doing 46.0, so lap times are getting a little bit slower. Except the lap times from Beganovic. He's like a machine out there. With only 4 minutes to go. He is on his way to victory. He is on his way to Valencia actually. It's the last 4 minutes for Beganovic. And then he can move on to Spain if he likes. I think it's the end of November that they will drive the World Championships in Valencia. And Beganovic is doing his best so far to join that race in Spain. A third position still for Mika Hogebrug. Fourth place for Max van den Heuvel. Fifth position for Jace van Essen. Then we find Frank Grazia in sixth place. Romeo Mies seventh. Also now with a small gap to Eleanor van Eyck, who took 8th position. And now it's Leo Serrano in P9. So earlier Eleanor van Eyck successfully overtook Leo Serrano and is now in 8th position. Earlier this race, Jace van Essen successfully overtook Frank Grazia, but Frank Grazia still maintained, maintained the gap. It was half a second last lap, last time they went around. Now it's 1.2 seconds, so I think a small mistake. And in the end, ladies and gentlemen, there is a gap between all the drivers. The smallest gap between the drivers is 1.2 seconds or something like that. In the meantime, Jason Beganovic is approaching some back markers, and he just overtook the first back marker. That was Leo Serrano in 9th position. Now Jack Harney will be next to overtake this back marker. No problems, by the way, when Jason Beganovic went by, and it seemed to me as if there were no problems when Jack Harney went past that back mark, so that's good news. We watch, I think, Jace van Essen and Frank Grazia on your screen. So Frank Grazia has found some pace and is trying to get back to Jace van Essen. In the background earlier I saw that Beganovic is already coming because Van Eyck, these two drivers will be the next back markers for Beganovic to pass. Bit of a defensive line there from Romeo Mies, and there goes Frank Grazia. Tries to overtake, tries to pull out of that slipstream and tries to make the move, but it's not yet enough, and therefore for now Jace van Essen keeps 5th position. It's only 1 minute to go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute to go for Jason Beganovic, who is a couple of seconds. He just keeps improving, by the way. Last lap around was a 45.180. His fastest lap now, his fastest lap of the race also is a 45.111. So Beganovic just keeps improving, and he is already Frank Grazia and let's see, Jace van Essen are getting the blue flags for Beganovic. Jack Harney improved a little bit as well. He's now doing 45.3. Last time around 45.4. But ladies and gentlemen, it's just 16 seconds to go for Jason Beganovic, as he is on his way to win the Tillotson T4 mini series of this European Championship, this time around in Karting Emmen in the Netherlands. Great result from Beganovic, who is pushing like crazy actually. And I think the marshals are getting ready with the sign that it's only 1 lap to go for Beganovic. Jack Harney also with a great result in 2nd place, as these two drivers now cross the start finish line. It's last lap, ladies and gentlemen, for Beganovic. There is Jack Harney. Also a great drive from him, as he claims 2nd place in the Tillotson T4 Minis. But there is Beganovic through the double left-hand corner. Then there is another corner from the left. I mentioned earlier, all these corners, you have a long straight here at Karting Emmen, and then lots and lots of corners that follow up quickly on each other. Beganovic through that left-hand hairpin. Then a small turn to the right, and then the final corner with the banking. It's the final corner for Beganovic, and then he is on his way to Valencia. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Beganovic takes the checkered flag, and in the end it's a dominant performance once again from Beganovic as he wins the Tillotson T4 Minis class. Great drive from him. Jack Harney finishes second. He has done everything that he could, but has to settle for second place. Third position for Mika Hogebrug. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your professional podium. Fourth position for Max van den Heuvel, then Jace van Essen, Frank Razia, Eleanor van Eyck, Romeo Mies, and then Leo Serrano. But ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Jason Beganovic. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's just 4 minutes to go and then we will start with the finals of the Tillotson T4 Juniors. And it is pole position for Tim Bunaga, who in the end only collected 3 points, so great job to him actually. Yeah, I think, let me check the results of the previous superheat real quick. I don't think that that Bunaga won that race. No, Quinn Jansen won that race. Tim Bunaga finished the second, but maybe there have been a penalty, I don't know. But it is Bunaga who is starting in first position with only 3 points. It is Quinn Jansen in second place with 12 points. So Bunaga at the moment has quite the lead over Quinn Jansen. So if Bunaga has a good race and well can stay in well, let's say the top 3, then yeah, Bunaga should win that race easily actually. But let's just wait and see. Momentarily on your screen you see Alexander Ibrahim, who had a difficult weekend, I think. He's starting in P10, but yeah, never rule him out because he's a very quick driver. So and I'm sure he wants to make up for some position. So that's Alexander Ibrahim. But let's go back to the top 3. Tim Bunaga in first position, Quinn Jansen in second place. Then it's Sjoerd Jansen in third position. And Ben O'Keefe is starting in fourth place. So that's the first 2 rows on the grid. Third row on the grid is for Harry Ward and Kian de Jong. Then it's the 7th place is for Vit Vanka. And then 8th position for Bernard van Oudheusden. 9th position for Tycho van Taling. 10th place then for Alexander Ibrahim. 11th position for Pablo Segura, 12th place for Fernando Weiler, 13th position for Samuel Sebera, and P14 is for Ties Hermes. It should be less than 2 minutes before the drivers will go out and start their warm-up laps. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I just checked if Quinn Jansen has any kind of penalty, if he received any kind of penalty, and I do think that he received a penalty in during the superheats. In fact, I think he received a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike behavior. So something happened on the track that the marshals did not agree with, and they handed him a 3-second penalty, and that's the reason that he probably did not maintain his victory out of the superheat. And if he did receive a penalty in the superheat, then that would automatically mean that Tim Bunaga won the superheat, and that means that Tim Bunaga, he had a good finish of the Saturday and then a great start of the Sunday, and now he's leading the championship of the juniors by 9 points. And if you ask me, that's quite a margin actually. Bunaga pretty much needs to crash if he wants to lose. Quinn Jansen has nothing to lose, that's for sure. So he will attack, he will try to get past Bunaga as soon as he can. And I expect the same from Sjoerd Jansen, because Sjoerd Jansen, he has a 15-point deficit compared to Tim Bunaga. So no one has anything to lose except for Tim Bunaga. So it could be an interesting final. But Bunaga is smart. He is a calculated driver. He's a fast driver. He didn't do anything too crazy, by the way, during the superheat. He had pole position for the superheat as well. In the end, finished second. And yeah, he was happy with that. And also take a look at Ben O'Keefe, by the way, who is also on the second row. Ben O'Keefe is right next to, right behind Quinn Jansen. We will see. All Tim Bunaga needs is a good start and survive the first lap, and then we will see what happens. But it's a strong field of drivers, so anything can happen between these drivers. Through the last corner they go. They will form two rows, and as soon as the Dutch flag goes down, another final will start. It's the Tillotson T4 Junior Cup. And ladies and gentlemen, we are underway, and it looks to me as if it is a good start from Tim Bunaga, who holds on to first place, and it's Quinn Jansen who is able to hold on to second place. Sjoerd Jansen holds on to third position, and then there is lots of fighting. It's already Alexander Ibrahim up there in fifth position, so Alexander Ibrahim already gained 5 places, so that's an incredible start. Actually, that's the best start of the weekend from anyone. So great start from Alexander Ibrahim. Now let's see what Tim Bunaga and Quinn Jansen will do. Quinn Jansen will surely know that he needs to overtake Tim Bunaga. Something needs to happen to Bunaga if he wants to win the race. And I'm not suggesting that he needs to push Bunaga off the track, but at least working together is not going to help Quinn Jansen, so he needs some chaos. He needs to overtake Bunaga. Let's see if he does so. Okay, well, someone just whispered in my ear that the winner of the final actually wins for the whole weekend. So forget about points. My mistake. The winner will win. So there is no. Yeah, the points just doesn't matter. So it's between Quinn Jansen and Tim Bunaga at the moment, as they are both pulling away from Sjoerd Jansen in third position. Okay, I'm sorry about that. That explains why Quinn Jansen is working together with Tim Bunaga to try and get away from the rest of the field. So for now it's between Bunaga and Quinn Jansen. But let's see behind them then what the current standings are. It's Tim Bunaga in first place, second place for Quinn Jansen. Then we will find Sjoerd Jansen, who is holding up the pack. He is driving in front of Ben O'Keefe. Then it's Alexander Ibrahim in fifth position after a great start. Then it's Kian de Jong. Harry Ward in P7 with the fastest lap at the moment, the fastest lap of 45.147. So that's actually quite a fast lap at the moment. However, Tim Bunaga on its own is only 0.04 of a second slower than Harry Ward's fastest lap. Anyway, Vit Vanka is in P8, 9th place is for Bernard van Oudheusden, 10th position for Tigo van Taling. Pablo Segura in P11, P12 is for Samuel Sebera. And there is Alexander Ibrahim. I already thought I saw a yellow flag or a green flag waved somewhere, so Alexander Ibrahim again is out of the race. Yeah, it's definitely not his weekend. Yesterday he had one good race, then he had a technical failure. Then he was just at the wrong place at the wrong moment in his third race. He didn't finish the superheat, and it seems like he won't finish the finals as well. So terrible weekend for Alexander Ibrahim. Yeah, so 10th place for Samuel Sebera, Ties Hermes at 11, Fernando Weiler at 12, Ben O'Keefe at 13. So Ben O'Keefe was also involved in that crash. So I think Ben O'Keefe and Alexander Ibrahim got together, and now Ben O'Keefe is also at P13. So Vitvanka is also at, no, that's not true. He is at 6th position. So Ben O'Keefe and Alexander Ibrahim somehow got together and are now at the back of the track or even out of the race. First place for Tim Bunaga still, followed closely by Quinn Jansen. In third position it is Sjoerd Jansen. I think actually it's Kian de Jong who is now in third position. Let's see. Yeah, Kian de Jong is now in third position. Sjoerd Jansen dropped down to 7th place, so he was overtaken. And then instantly overtaken by Harry Ward, Vitvanka and Bernard van Oudhuizen. Also by Tigo van Taling and Pablo Segura. Sjoerd Jansen is even dropping down to 9th position at the moment. So something happened to Sjoerd Jansen as well outside of our screens. Bunaga and Quinn Jansen are just driving away at the moment, and behind them there is complete chaos. Kian de Jong in third position has the fastest lap. He has a 45.0. It has just been improved by Quinn Jansen, by the way, who has a 45.06, 200ths of a second faster than Kian de Jong. Kian de Jong is followed closely by Harry Ward. Then there's a small gap to Vitvanka, small gap to Bernard van Oudhuizen, and then a small gap to Tigo van Taling and Pablo Segura, who also fighting together for 8th position. Yeah, there you have them on your screens. That is Kian de Jong and Harry Ward. Actually, Vitvanka got a little bit closer out of the chicane and that left-hand hairpin and made up some ground. In the meantime, Bunaga is still leading this race. No defensive moves from Bunaga, no defensive moves from Kian de Jong. And behind them, Sjoerd Jansen is fighting very hard to get back up there and is currently fighting Pablo Segura for P8. And he tried something, he tried a couple of different racing lines, but nothing that worked so far. Best lap from Tim Bunaga is also a 45.0 and as I am saying it, he is improving. Tim Bunaga now with the fastest lap of 44.9, so that's quite fast actually. Quinn Jansen did a 45.0, Kian de Jong a 45.0, then it's a 45.1 for Harry Ward. So Harry Ward and Kian de Jong, they are still driving quite close to each other. But Bunaga, Jansen and de Jong are, well, the fastest on the track by far. It's a 45.2 for Vitvanka, so yeah, he is struggling to keep up with Kian de Jong. However, he does have slipstream every time they go onto the straight. And that helps, of course. It's only 6.5 minutes to go for Tim Bunaga and Quinn Jansen. There comes Quinn Jansen as he dives up the inside in the first corner. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now a new leader in this race. In the double left-hand corner they go. And Quinn Jansen is now leading the race. So Bunaga did not defend. They were trying to drive smart. And so they did. But Quinn Jansen, halfway through the race, he decides to attack. He decides that he wants to be the leader in this race. Now let's see what Bunaga will do. Will he wait? Will he attack? Yeah, did you guys just see that? Quinn Jansen gave a little signal for come on, let's just work together, drive smart and try to pull away from Kian de Jong and Harry Ward. And so far they have quite the gap actually. It's a gap of, well, about 4 seconds between Kian de Jong and Harry Ward. I'm sorry, between Bunaga and Kian de Jong. So between P2 and P3 there's a 4-second gap. So that's quite a margin actually. I don't think Bunaga should wait too long actually, because if he waits till the very final lap, yeah, well, Quinn Jansen will just close the door in every single corner. So I don't think he should wait too long. But for now, seems like Bunaga doesn't want to fight at all. De Jong and Harry Ward in pit 3 and 4. Then it's Vit Vanka, Bernard van Oudheusden and Pablo Segura fighting for 5th place. So we see many groups out there on track. Vit Vanka, Bernard van Oudheusden and Pablo Segura are the current drivers that you see on your screen. Behind them it's Tigel van Taling and Sjoerd Jansen who are driving together. Then it's Samuel Sebera and Fernando Weiler who are driving together. And then we find Ben O'Keefe, Ties Hermes and Alexander Ibrahim, who are all out of this race unfortunately. As I mentioned earlier, a calculated drive so far from Tim Bunaga. He is waiting patiently. He's not just attacking Quinn Jansen. He's not just unleashing the chaos between the two of them. As soon as he attacks, and if he fails, Quinn Jansen will start driving defensively. And I don't think that's what he wants. But out there, I think Quinn Jansen is a little bit slower leading this race than Tim Bunaga, as Tim Bunaga tries to go side by side with Quinn Jansen, and that's a successful overtake from Tim Bunaga, who had a better exit, a better traction, and then the drag race to turn 1 was a drag race that he won. So now he is in first position back again. So Bunaga, I think he knows he can be a little bit faster, despite the fact that he now doesn't have a slipstream. Or at least that's my conclusion, that halfway in this race Bunaga is a little bit faster than Quinn Jansen. Kian de Jong is doing the same lap times actually compared to Quinn Jansen and Tim Bunaga. Then we have Harry Ward in 4th position. Harry Ward is actually improving. He did a 44.880, and that's the fast lap. And I think Quinn Jansen is going to retire actually. I think he has a problem. Now let's see if he dives in the pit lane. Yeah, that's a real shame for Quinn Jansen. I would not have wanted him to end his race like this, but he has a technical problem, and that might have been the reason that Bunaga was able to get past Quinn Jansen on that straight actually. There was no better exit, there was no better traction. Quinn Jansen's kart broke down unfortunately. Yeah, that's a real shame. I would have wanted, I was hoping for a fight between the two of them, but now Bunaga is leading this race and there is no competitor behind him. I'm not sure if he already knows that Quinn Jansen is out of the race. So 2nd place now for Kian de Jong. Harry Ward moves up to 3rd position then. But yeah, this race is done actually, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 4.1 second lead for Tim Bunaga with only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. So yeah, if Bunaga's kart stays okay, then he will win the race. And I think it's a deserved victory for Bunaga. He did everything right. Kian de Jong is pushing hard. There's a small gap between him and Harry Ward. Then we see a fight between Bernard van Oudheusden, Pablo Segura and Vit Vanka. That's a fight for 4th position. Bernard van Oudheusden is now leading this group of 3 drivers. And then we see Sjoerd Jansen, who is driving alone. Tycho van Taling is driving alone as well. Then we see Samuel Sabera and Fernando Weiler driving together. And then we have 4 drivers who are not able to finish this race. Quite a lot actually, compared to all the other races we've had this weekend. Quinn Jansen out, Ben O'Keefe out, Thies Hermes out, Alexander Ibrahim out. Looks like Harry Ward got a little bit closer to Kian de Jong actually. In the meantime, Pablo Segura is making the signals to Van Oudheust and is saying, come on, let's just keep driving, don't fight too much. So Pablo Segura probably happy with 5th place at the moment, but still defensive driving from Bernard Oudheust. So Segura knows that he needs to overtake Bernard van Oudheust if he wants to escape from Fit Vanka in 6th position. But there is Harry Ward. He's quite close to Kian de Jong at the moment. And by the way, it's the last lap for Tim Bunaga, ladies and gentlemen. It is the very last lap. And he is now in the chicanes on his way to the left-hand hairpin. On its way to the final corner already, and it's a well-deserved victory for Tim Bunaga as he goes through the final corner onto the straight to take the checkered flag on its way to Valencia. It's a P1 victory for Tim Bunaga. Great job from him. 2nd place then, is it Kian de Jong? Yes, it's going to be Kian de Jong, and he is happy about it. Harry Ward in 3rd position, a bit disappointed. But I think he should be happy with the podium because of his competitors that got out of the race. I'm not sure if he knows that he has a podium. So Kian de Jong 2nd, Harry Ward 3rd. But ladies and gentlemen, what a drive from Tim Bunaga. He was 1st in the championships after Saturday. He was 1st in the championship after the superheat. And yeah, it's a shame that Quinn Jansen did not finish, but in the end it's a well-deserved victory for Tim Bunaga. He wins the Tillotson T4 junior class. Ladies and gentlemen, at let's see, 13:45 local time, we will start with the senior class. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, Tim Bunaga. Pole position is for Matt Wildman. Second place is for Noah Rosser, and together they will be 1 and 2. They will line up in the at the first row of the grid. The second row of the grid is for Jermo Zane and Nick van den Bergen. So great recovery from Nick van den Bergen, especially during the superheat, where he gained lots of places actually. Fifth place is for James Reisman and sixth place for Justin Clerc. Then we find Damien Beganovic and Ilan Meurs, Peter Brett and Bram Ossewade on P9 and 10. So difficult weekend so far for Bram Ossewade, but let's see what he can do during this final. Bodine Blankenburg in 11th place, then it's Stijn Hansen in P12, Brian Wilson P13, then we find Julia Milanese in P14, then Henry Bell and Joey van Essen 15 and 16, then it's Timo Hermes at P17, Nick van den Berg P18 and Froilan Varela P19, and 20th place is for Max Duda, and then P21 is for Sophie Dossi. So I think it's almost time to go out on track. A little less than a minute to go for Matt Wildman. Yeah, I think yesterday Matt Wildman, he was always up there actually. Didn't make that many mistakes. He just had a good drive. I don't think he won a race actually, but not sure about that. But he was always up there in the top 3. And now he is the one who is leading the pack in this final. And Noah Rosser, I think he won twice yesterday, and then he had a terrible result. I think in his second race, I think he finished 11th or something. So he had to deal with some bad luck, and in the end finished on, something like P11. And that was an expensive one actually, that mistake. Oh yeah, I call it a mistake, but that's not true. It just was, I think it was an accident with some other drivers, so not a mistake really. But yeah, lost some places, lost some points, but still he is up there in second place. And yeah, Matt Wildman, he won the superheat as well. And he was driving very defensive actually. Actually, he was driving defensively through the whole superheat, and I expect him to do the same actually. There was no space for Jermo Zane or anyone else to overtake during the superheats. I expect him to do the same again. So I think Noah Rosser, he is on the other row. He's on the right row of the grid. He needs a good start actually to get past Matt Wildman. And then if he get past Matt, let's see what Jermo Zane can do. Let's see what Nick van den Bergen can do. They are both on the second row of the grid. So they have a shot at P1 practically. James Reisman in 5th and Justin Clerc in 6th. I think for the start to take P1, those two drivers, they need a bit of more luck actually. But let's see what Jermo Zane can do and what Nick van den Bergen can do. The warm-up lap, it's almost done. The drivers are approaching the final corner, then they will form 2 rows and they need to stay within the white lines of the corridors at start-finish, and as soon as the Dutch flag goes down, the race will start. There you have it, the Dutch flag. Now let's see then. Matt Wildman at pole position. He is on the left side with the yellow helmet. On the right is Noah Rosser. Then it's Jermo Zane and Nick van den Bergen. And it's actually a great start from Matt Wildman, who holds on to first place quite easily actually, and Jermo Zane immediately moves up to second position as he passes Noah Rosser with who has a tough start actually, and I think James Reisman went past Nick van den Bergen and is now up there in fourth position. Same goes for Beganovic, who also passed Nick van den Bergen. I think he is driving in fifth place, so he gained a couple more positions than just only Nick van den Bergen. So Beganovic is also up there. Let's wait and see if the drivers pass the start-finish line, what our live timing will tell us. But for now it's already, as I predicted, defensive driving from Matt Wildman. Let's see what Jermo Zane can do, if he can do anything at all. A tight line through the first corner, and yeah, there is no room for Jermo Zane to overtake. Let's see. We have one car that retired. Let me see, that is Giulia Milanese, who has stopped and cannot continue her race. So that's a real shame. Giulia Milanese from Italy. But in the meantime, Matt Wildman in first place, defending hard on Jermo Zane. Jermo Zane tries something with different racing lines, but in the end not enough traction. And yeah, Matt Wildman, he will also drive this final super defensively as he did during the super race. Let's see then. Wildman at first place, Zane in second, Noah Rosser in third place with the fastest lap at the moment, James Reisman in fourth position. Then it's Damien Beganovic in fifth. Then we find Nick van den Bergen, who at the moment is driving at a lonely P6. A small gap in front of him, a small gap behind him. Then seventh place is for Peter Brett, Bodine Blankenburg in 8th position. Brian Wilson in 9th, and then the top 10 was closed off by Justin Clegg. And still defensive driving from Matt Wildman. There is just no space for Jermo Zane. I think if he wants to try something, he could try to dive up on the inside, as we see Noah Rosser, who tries to go on the outside of Jermo Zane, and in the end he pushes Zane off. And yeah, that cost Zane a couple of positions. The same goes for Noah Rosser himself, who lost a couple of positions. Now, will Matt Wildman continue driving defensively, or does he know that he has some space? I'm not sure if he knows. We find Reisman at second place now. So Rosser and Zane need to fight back. Need to fight their way back up front if they can. Let's see where they are actually. I think they are driving at P5 or 6 or something like that. Wildman in first place. And Matt Wildman, he stopped driving defensively, so he knows he's out there in front. And he wants to stay... he wants to keep this gap for as long as he can. But yeah, I think Damien Beganovic needs to speed up. He needs to close in on James Reisman. They need to work together to close that gap to Matt Wildman. I don't think that James Reisman can do it on its own. Actually, Reisman is driving defensively now for his second place. And that will give Matt Wildman the victory, I think. So is James Reisman already settling down for second place then? Let's keep an eye on that. Third position now for Damien Beganovic. Then we find Jermo Zane and Noah Rosser. I'm sure Noah Rosser will get a penalty for his move. He had to try something. I totally agree on that. But yeah, I'm sure he will have something of a penalty for his move on Jermo Zane. On the other hand, I cannot say if Zane just closed the door, but yeah, it's simple sometimes. Zane was in front of Rosser. So, yeah, it looks to me as if Reisman, and there is the move from Noah Rosser and Jermo Zane, and I think it was a successful move this time. So, Rosser now up in fourth position, I think. Yeah, Rosser in fourth position, Zane in fifth place. And behind him we find Peter Brett and Brian Wilson on P6 and 7. Also Nick van den Bergen is still there. And Ilan Meurs is up there in P9. And again, the whole weekend long, I'm not over-exaggerating, in the whole weekend long, it's a fastest lap for Elon Musk. And at the moment, he's holding the fastest lap as well, with a lap time of 45.126. So again, Elon Musk is the fastest man out there on the track. And Matt Wildman, by the way, takes a look behind and sees that he has a gap of 1.8 seconds. So yeah, nothing, no, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he could be able to win this race, because the other drivers really need to start working together to close that gap. But as we speak, James Reisman is 1.8 seconds behind Matt Wildman, and he has a small gap between himself and Noah Rosser in third position. By the way, it's now Damien Beganovic in fourth place, Peter Brett fifth, Guillermo Zane is now in sixth position. So Zane lost another position to Peter Brett and Damien Beganovic. And we've already lost 5 drivers, by the way. We've lost, I think, Giulia Milanese, Max Duda, Vrolian Varela, and I think, yeah, that's it. So we've lost 3 drivers already. It's quite a lot. .8 seconds between Wildman and Reisman. Reisman, well, he looked behind him and he saw that his gap between, the gap between himself and Noah Rosser, that the gap is declining a bit. The same goes for the gap between Rosser and Beganovic. That's for P3 and 4. And lots of drivers are fighting together for position. It's actually too much to, well, I can't see everything except a successful move from Elon Musk on Brian Wilson, who successfully overtook Brian Wilson in the first corner and immediately closes the gap on, well, that's Guillermo Zane already, I think. So Guillermo Zane is now in 7th place. He will not be happy with that, since he started in 2nd position. Noah Rosser has now pretty much closed the gap on James Reisman. Now let's see if they will work together. Yep, Noah Rosser is making the signs to Reisman. Come on, let's work together. But he makes the overtake. So he tricked Reisman actually by giving him some hopes that they will work together to close the gap to Wildman. But yeah, he tricked him and still overtook him. So Rosser now in 2nd place, Reisman in 3rd position. And Rosser immediately made the sign, come on, let's work together, let's try and close that gap to Matt Wildman, which is still 1.8 seconds. We have a little less than 6 minutes to go. And can Reisman keep up with Noah Rosser? I think he can, and for now he is working together with Noah Rosser. Nick van den Berge is there in 4th position, quite fast as well. So let's take a look at the lap times now, because as soon as they start working together, that gap can decline very quickly. It's 1.8 seconds still between Matt Wildman and Noah Rosser. Then it's James Reisman and Nick van den Berge. Last time around they did a 45.4, but that was with an overtaking move from Noah Rosser. Nick van den Berge, by the way, has the fastest lap. He did that last time around. It's a 44.997. And I think Nick van den Berge tried to overtake James Reisman, because all of a sudden Noah Rosser is driving all alone. But yeah, it didn't work because Reisman is still in 3rd position. Lap times then, a 45.27 for Matt Wildman, a 45.20 from Noah Rosser. But yeah, if the gap declines with 7/100ths of a second each lap, that's not going to be enough for Noah Rosser to challenge Matt Wildman for the victory. Matt Wildman, who created some chaos behind him, but by driving defensively, he did that correctly, by the way. He created some chaos, and Now there is a gap between him and Noah Rosse. Last time around, Noah Rosse was a little more than a tenth slower than Matt Wallman, so Rosse really needs help from behind if they want to close that gap. But honestly, I don't think that's going to happen. I think if the kart of Matt Wallman will keep working, will keep doing its thing, then he is going to win this race, I think. So in the meantime, there's a fight going on for third place, and Nick van den Bergen just went past James Rijsman and is now up in third position. So Rijsman in fourth, then it's a gap to Jermo Sane, who fought his way back up to fifth position. He was in seventh place a couple of laps ago. It's Ilan Meurs in sixth place, I think. No, I'm sorry, it's Bodine Blankenburg in 6th position. Then we find Ilan Meurs in 7th place. Well, probably some kind of a mistake from Matt Wallman, as all of a sudden Noah Rosse is 0.2 of a second faster than Matt Wallman. But if I take a look at the lap times, then I would say that Matt Wallman just had a bad lap, and it's not like Noah Rosse found 0.2 of a second. So yeah, 1.6 at the moment. They just crossed the start-finish line. The new gap between the drivers, it's still 1.6 seconds. So yeah, Matt Wallman is having this race. He has it perfectly under control actually. Nick van den Bergen is quite fast. He improved again with the fastest lap. It's a 44.907 for Nick van den Bergen, and that was 0.4 of a second faster than Matt Wallman and Noah Rosse. So Nick van den Bergen, could he challenge Noah Rosse for second place? I think 2 minutes to go is not enough to challenge Matt Wallman, but let's just see then. On the straight they go. It's Nick van den Bergen in the slipstream of Noah Rosse. He's trying to close that gap as they go over start finish again. A 45.6 again from Matt Wallman. 45.3 for Noah Rosse. 45.0 for Nick van den Bergen. So the gaps are declining at the moment. And Matt Wallman is losing some time with 1 minute 30 to go. He's losing a bit more time than I expected earlier. The gap has come down to 1.3 seconds. Nick van den Bergen is right up there. Will he make the move? Yes, he will. Successful overtake from Nick van den Bergen as he takes second place from Noah Rosse. Now, will they try to work together, or will Noah Rosse fight back? I think they will try to work together for as long as they can, and then we'll see what happens. But Nick van den Bergen is quite fast actually. There's already a small gap between himself and Noah Rosse. Last lap was a 45.4 for Matt Wallman, so 45.4. I think he needs those kind of lap times to win this race. By the way, it's only 30 seconds to go, so it's getting more and more difficult for Nick van den Bergen. He is pulling away from Noah Rosse, despite the fact that Noah Rosse has the slipstream. Then behind them it's Jermo Sane, who makes a successful move on James Rijsman and he takes fourth place. So good move from Jermo Sane. Now there's quite the gap between Sane and Noah Rosse. He's not going to close that gap, I believe. It's 1.1 seconds between Matt Wallman and Nick van den Bergen. Nick is also not going to close the gap to Matt Wallman. Within a minute, Matt Wallman will see the sign that it's only 1 lap to go. As they go on the straight, now let's wait for the camera. Yet there is your marshal with the last lap sign for Matt Wallman, and the gap has come down to 0.7 of a second. So all of a sudden Nick van den Bergen is pushing like crazy. Because the lap time of Matt Wallman was not bad at all. It was a 45.3, so yeah. Will Nick van den Bergen challenge Matt Waalman, or is the gap too big? I think it is too big, but yeah, he just took 0.6 of a second, so that's quite a lot actually. Look at it, he's quite close to Matt Waalman. But yeah, this is the last corner and then it's on to the straight. So great job from Matt Waalman. He was just the best driver out there and he made no mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in the Tillotson T4 senior class is Matt Waalman. Second place is for Nick van den Bergen. Third position for Noah Ross, who is not happy at all with this third position. And then it's Jermo Zane. He finishes fourth in front of James Reisman. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your top 5. But overall, over the whole weekend, Matt Waalman was just simply the best. He wins the Tillotson T4 senior class. So, in about 12 minutes we will start with the senior 168 class, and this will be our last final of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this race and I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little less than 2 minutes to go, and then we will start with the final race, the last final of the Tillotson T4 Euro Series here in the Netherlands at Karting Emmen. We will watch the finals of the Tillotson T4 Senior 168 class, or some like to call them the Master class. Pole position after this weekend is for Luc Hoornstra. He will start in first place after a solid weekend. He also took pole position yesterday. Second place then for Jamie Elseman. The third position is for Valerio Brandi. Fourth place for Chris Alcock. Fifth place for Adrian Somoza. Sixth place is for Mark Dondes. Mark Dondes, who climbed through the rankings throughout this weekend, and now he starts in P6, so that's a solid result so far for Mark Dondes. The seventh place for Matthias Milata, who had, I think a very good Saturday, but this morning I don't think it was his best race. Not a race for him to be happy about. And it's Peter Jansen, 8th position. 9th place is for Michael Kampman. And 10th place is for Marco Pedrana. 11th place Jarno Visser. 12th position for Ricardo Baldon. 13th place for Stijn Ebbing. 14th position for Mats Mooi. Maurice Kampman will start at P15. Rory de Jong at 16. Martin Prosek P17, and then 18 is Dinant van Zuilenkom, and P19 Roberto Saltieri. The pole position is for Luc Hoornstra. Luc Hoornstra, yesterday he took pole position, but the first two races of yesterday they were won by Jamie Elseman. Then I think, I'm not sure actually if Luc Hoornstra won a race at all actually yesterday. I'm not sure about that. He was up there all the time, but he had some bad luck in the first race at least. And continuously it was Jamie Elseman. He was the man to watch out for yesterday. Yesterday Elseman made some solid starts and gained lots of positions and always found himself fighting for P1. Actually, his last race, the last race of yesterday, heat number 3, it was quite a difficult one for Jamie Elseman. He was fighting for P6, and then all of a sudden some opportunities came up and he was able to fight for P1 at some point. Didn't work out in the end, but yeah, he got second place in the end and is starting on the front row together with Luc Hoornstra. Now Valerio Brandi has been up there the whole weekend long as well, fighting at least for P3 together with Matthias Milata and also with Jamie Elseman. Let's see if Brandi from third place can do anything to challenge Luc Hoornstra and Jamie Elseman. Also take a look at Chris Alcock. He's been strong all weekend long. So 2 rows now between the corridors they need to go, and then it's wait for the Dutch flag. As soon as it goes down, the race will start. There you have it, the marshal with the Dutch flag, and it's game on for Luc Hoornstra, and it looks like he has a solid start and takes P1. Or yeah, holds on to P1 I should say. And then second place I think is for Valerio Brandi actually. Let's wait a minute. Yeah, I think second place now is for Valerio Brandi. Jamie Elseman in third position. Fourth place for Adrian Somoza. So good start from Brandi. Good start from Somoza as well. Those two are the Italian and the Spanish drivers. And Luc Hoornstra is pulling away a bit. So late move there from Elseman, who dives up the inside, almost locks up and spins. And in the end it's Adrian Somoza who is about to take second place. So that was, quite a move from, I think it was Elseman or Brandi. But yeah, Somoza, the big winner of that fight in the final corner. So Somoza, the Spanish driver, is now in second place. He's now the one to chase down Luke Hoornstra. And there's the move from Elseman, who retakes second place from Adrian Somoza. So Elseman back in second place. And then it is Matthias Milata in fourth position and Brandy in fifth. Behind them is a fight going on, I think, with Mark Donders as well. The fight on your screen is with Peter Jansen. That's a fight for P8 at the moment. There you have him. Luke Hoornstra being chased down by Jamie Elseman, Adrian Somoza and Matthias Milata. Also Valerio Prandi. They're all quite close to each other. It's a gap of 1.3 seconds between Hoornstra in first position and Prandi in fifth. Now Elseman is getting closer. Will he make the move? Not this time around. They will probably try and work together to create a gap to Somoza, who is currently still in third place. Milata and Brandy are not yet fast enough to close the gap to. And there's a fight going on between Hoornstra and Elseman, but in the end Elseman does not manage to get past Hoornstra as they go into that double left-hand corner. Brandy in fifth is the one who is watching all the fighting in front of him, but yeah, there still is a small gap between Adrian Somoza and Elseman. And I think Brandy and Milata need them to close that gap. Now Elseman is in front, so new leader in this race. Elseman went past Hoornstra. There again a late move from Milata. A bit of a desperate move if you ask me. Yeah, very desperate move actually, and I don't think he won that much. Well, Somoza went from 3 to 5, so he actually did win some position. So Milata now in third place, Brandy in fourth position, and Somoza in fifth. So it looked to me as if it was a desperate move, but yet it worked out a little bit. It created a huge gap actually, but yeah. Hoornstra immediately under pressure from Milata. And Elseman is actually pulling away quite fast at the moment. Let's see then. It was a 46.1 last time around from Elseman. Let's just wait. They just crossed the start-finish line. As Milata is diving up the inside of Hoornstra, so does Brandy. And Hoornstra goes from P1 to P4 in just a couple of laps. Does Hoornstra have a problem or not? Let's take a look at the lap times. 46.3 for Elseman. 47.5 for Hoornstra. 46.2 for Milata and Brandy. 46.6 for Somoza. So a 47.5, ladies and gentlemen, for Luke Hoornstra. That's a really, really slow lap actually. So let's hope he doesn't have a problem. I think Hoornstra, is he still up there? Yeah, he is. He is up there in fourth position. So Milata is now the one who is chasing down Jamie Elseman. There's a gap of 1.5 seconds between Elseman and Milata. Milata is, had a quick look behind him and he saw that he had a small gap over Brandy. I don't think he will be too happy with that gap because he needs someone to work together to close that gap to Jamie Elseman, who again is on its way for a victory. A bit of a defensive drive here and there from Brandy. Hoornstra chooses to just drive the normal racing line and doesn't choose to attack Brandy, so he probably wants to work together a bit with. There is the move from Hoornstra as he dives up the inside of Brandy. Good move from Hoornstra. Brandy now immediately under pressure from Adrian Somoza, who is still in fifth position. In the meantime, by the way, Elseman is pulling away a bit. Just with small margins, he is pulling away from Matthias Milata. Currently the gap has grown to 1.5 seconds, so Elseman really fast at the moment. And yeah, he's all out there on his own. no one to work together with. Well, same goes for Milata, and he's just a tenth of a second faster. So good job from Jamie Elseman at the moment. It's 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. And again, it looks to me as if the gap is growing. That's not true, actually. It looked like it, but it's a 46.2 for Jamie Elseman, a 45.8 for Milata. So the gap is now 1.2 seconds. So is Milata faster than Elseman? Can Milata close that gap? Can he keep it up with these lap times? Let's just see. There's now a gap between Milata and Hoornstra. Hoornstra, who's back up in third position. Brandy has the fastest lap with a 45.7, and Somoza has dropped to 5th. Mark Donders is in 6th position. He's quite close actually to the rest of the pack in front of him. And also take a look at Chris Alcock and Peter Jansen. They are not that far behind. Well, not that far behind Luke Hoornstra at least, and Luke Hoornstra is driving at a podium position at the moment. There you have him, Peter Jansen, right there in your screen behind Alcock. So both of these drivers are driving at P7 and 8, Peter Jansen and Chris Alcock. And they are trying to close the gap to Adrian Somoza in the red suit and Luke Hoornstra, Luke Hoornstra in the blue suit. And in between there still is Mark Donders in P5. And actually Mark Donders went past Valerio Brandy. So Brandy is struggling a bit. Somoza has the fastest lap now. It's a 45.694. So good lap from Somoza, who is making the most of the slipstream of Luke Hoornstra. But Brandy is having some difficulties. He's doing 45.8. It's not too bad actually. So yeah, Brandy is just making mistakes. It's just as simple as that. Because his lap times are fast, but he's still losing time compared to everyone else in front of him. Losing positions, I should say. He's the fastest compared to everyone in front of him, but he still is losing position. But he took back P5 from Mark Donders. So Mark Donders is now back in 6th position. And Peter Jansen overtook Chris Alcock. So Peter Jansen now in 7th place. But yeah, all this fighting created some gaps between Peter Jansen and Mark Donders, and also some gaps between Brandy and Somoza. So that means that there are, well, 4 drivers fighting for the win now. And that's Jamie Elseman, Matthias Milata, Luke Hoornstra and Adrian Somoza. And I'm saying fighting for the win, but in fact it is still a big gap between Elseman and Matthias Milata. There's also quite a big gap between Milata and Hoornstra. And Hoornstra is making some mistakes now, and that's costing him time. And also it's costing Adrian Somoza some time. And now, guess who's back? That's Valerio Brandy. So Somoza will be under pressure after in this left-hand hairpin that will follow after this chicane. There they go. Hoornstra. No moves made from Brandy, who is in the white suit behind Somoza. This is a fight, by the way, for 4th place. And the gap is growing. It's a 46.0 for Jamie Elseman. So lap times are getting a bit slower, but still the gaps are growing, as he was a bit faster than Matthias Milata. Last time around it was a 45.9 for Elseman and a 45.8 high for Milata. So okay, last time around Milata was a bit faster, but overall Elseman is gaining and gaining and gaining, and the gap is it has come down to 1.6 seconds. And then Luke Hoornstra gets pushed around by Brandy and Somoza, not being happy about it, and Brandy is the one who takes the positions. Also take a look at Mark Donders with the white helmet. I think he can take a position possibly. So Prandi now in third position, Hoornstra in fourth place. Then it's Mark Donders who indeed went past Adrian Somoza. Then we find Peter Jansen and Chris Alcock. And ladies and gentlemen, this is still a fight for third position. Milata is gone. Jamie Elseman is gone as well. By the way, I think Elseman has made a mistake. He lost half a second all of a sudden to Matthias Milata. The gap came down to 1.2 seconds, a little less than 1.2 seconds. So Elseman made a terrible mistake somewhere, and lots of fighting between Somoza, Donders, Prandi and Peter Jansen as well. Hoornstra now back up in third position, with quite the gap over Valerio Prandi, who is in fourth, with quite the gap to Peter Jansen, who is now in fifth. Somoza is in sixth position. Then it's Mark Donders in seventh place, and then it's Peter Jansen. He's in eighth position. Chris Alcock is in fifth place. My mistake. They have pretty much the same suit, green, black, and white. Chris Alcock in fifth place. Just 2 minutes to go for Jamie Elseman, and again the gap came down. It's now 0.9 seconds. So is there a problem for Elseman? Because I think Milata is getting closer and closer actually. Let's see then as they cross start finish line. It's a 46.1 for Elseman, 46.0 for Milata. Okay, there is not a problem. Let's not worry too much. Lap times are still good, but Milata is faster in this final stage of the race. The gap is 0.8 seconds between the two of them. Behind there is a fight going on for fifth place with, let's see, Chris Alcock, Adrian Samosi, Mark Donders and Peter Jansen. But I'm keeping an eye on the gap between Elseman and Milata. And they are pulling up on the straight now, and they are crossing the start-finish line. It was 0.8 seconds last time around. Now let's see then. Elseman crosses the start-finish line, 46.0, 46.1 for Matthias Milata. Okay, so Elseman is gaining a little bit now. Still the gap is 0.8 seconds. Somoza now in fifth place, being chased by Chris Alcock, being chased by Mark Donders, being chased by Peter Jansen. This is now a fight for fifth position, as there is a gap between Hoornstra and Prandi as well. Prandi is actually quite close to Hoornstra, so the fight for third position is not yet done as well. That first driver is a back marker. He is moving away from Elseman and Milata, so that's very well, he did that very good actually. Elseman is creating a gap now, so difficult final stint for Elseman, as one of the drivers is retiring. Not sure who that is, but one of the drivers is retiring, unfortunately. And I think that's it. I think that's it for... yes, the last lap sign for Jamie Elseman and Matthias Milata, who drove a solid race at P1 and 2. And Prandi makes the move on Hoornstra and claims third position. So Hoornstra tries to come back at him. And Prandi needs to watch out as he turns in. Now take a look at Adrian Somoza there with the red suit. He cannot really fight, and that they touch. It's really going down between Prandi and Hoornstra, but Prandi is the one who is claiming third position, and Hoornstra just pushes his way through. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, it is Jamie Elseman who takes the victory and wins the Tillotson T4 Senior 168 class. It's second place for Matthias Milata. And then who will be third? Is it Prandi or is it even someone else? It's going to be Peter Jansen. How is it possible that Peter Jansen takes third position? Great job from Peter Jansen. Unbelievable. So let's see then. Peter Janssen 4th place. Mark Dondes in 3rd place. Sorry, Mark Dondes in 4th position. Then it's Chris Alcock. Valerio Prandi in the end finished 6th. So yeah, I don't know what he was doing. He already made some, what I call desperate moves during this race. But yeah, 3rd place for Peter Janssen. Out of nothing. Where did he start actually, Peter Janssen? Let's see. Peter Janssen started at P8 and he finishes 3rd. I was also told that actually the whole top 3 will get a ticket to Valencia. Now, not sure, but if that's true, then Peter Janssen out of nowhere takes a ticket to Valencia. He takes a podium at least here at Karting Emmen. So great job, but ladies and gentlemen, it was a dominant performance whole weekend long by Jamie Elsman. So congratulations to him. 2nd place goes to Matthias Milata and 3rd position is Peter Janssen. So ladies and gentlemen, this was our last race of the day. After this, at around 3 o'clock, we will have the prize ceremony. I think the prize ceremony will be streamed, so you can watch that at home if you like. But ladies and gentlemen, this was the last race. At 3 o'clock we have the prize ceremony. And for everyone at home who is watching at the live stream. So I got whispered in my ear that the prize ceremony is not there for the live stream. So ladies and gentlemen, I guess it's time for me to wrap things up. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This was the Tillotson T4 Euro Series in the Netherlands at Karting Emmen. My name is Albert Bos. Thank you very much and see you next time, ladies and gentlemen.